Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Factorio. I am SeiferKatt. Still SeiferKatt. We did it. We achieved our main goal, which is to still be me. One day that's not going to happen, but today it did, and that's what matters the most. So, today, well, let's talk about last session, shall we first? Last session, hey Lord Platypus, how you doing? Last session we found the vaulted aluminium all the way in the middle of gosh darn nowhere, and to celebrate that, we're not going to go get it. You could say that's kind of weird, but I think we need to do some other things around home. You know what they say? You've got to clean up your own home before you go throwing rocks at other people's houses. That's probably what they say. Okay. So you don't need to be here because this is not what you're for. You are here to do something else. You're here to pick up these. So you can leave, sir. Get out of here, you rat bag. All right. So we're going to make our electronic logic boards, and we're going to make a bunch of metals today, none of which is the aluminium we want so very desperately. Because if there's one thing I like, it's just not doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing. Because what we need is silver, we need invar, we need to get these modules, and we need to make a bunch of stuff. So we're going to get onto that. So let's stop talking about it and just get it done, shall we? Yeah. Stop lollygagging about. And let's start making. So this requires uh, five things, which means it's going to need a row of coming in as well. So basically it's going to look like this, which is kind of weird, but it's just how it's going to look. It's not going to look quite like that because, for one, it shouldn't be there. It should be here. Okay. Good start. Not a great finish because I noticed none of the belts are quite long enough, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's not freak out. I'm kind of freaking out a little bit, but let's not do that. So this will make approximately next to nothing. That's fine. We will be sorting all that out when we get modules. Do not fret. And do not threaten me either. That's something else you shouldn't do. I was thinking about... Hey, Veldak. I was thinking about doing the 3, but it doesn't work so well with the electronics assemblers, so we're not going to do 3s. Like 3 belts. So we're going to have to do it this way. And then we do it like this, coming in, and then going out. And I think we'll find that was going to work pretty well, aside from the fact I probably want that to go the other way. Yes! Yes. My dark work is being completed. Or started. I don't really know. The important part is the work is dark. And there's many winding roads. Okay. So... transistors can probably get their own line. Okay, good. Good news, transistors are neither of these. So, awesome. There's gonna be one of those weird things that sort of goes in every which direction, isn't it? It doesn't have to. We could just do it this way. That's good. I feel good about that. I don't know why, but I do. And sometimes it's okay to feel good about things, people. Now transistors, as I said, they get their own line because... okay, well the line does have to go the correct direction. Okay, and then these... now we are still using that quartz patch for not quartz related activities. And I feel bad about it, but I'm also refusing to do anything to stop it. So really, how bad do I actually feel? That's like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like a 10 being like I really feel bad about it, and 1 being I don't care at all. I'm going to say maybe a 6. I could care less is what I'm saying, and I'm not... Like, I actually could care less. The amount that I care could be less, but it's not. It's not 0. And what we could also do, if we're feeling a little bit spicy, and if there's one thing I often feel, it's a bit spicy. I don't really know what I'm talking about now, but hey, when do I ever? Something's not working there quite right. Who is putting... Oh wait, that is right, that is right. Ah, they look so similar, the completed ones and the incomplete ones. Okay. So we are missing some robots, and they will come by eventually. At least until I drive manically away while laughing, which is about to happen. Yeah, look, I'm pretty happy with that so far. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one of these lines into here. The other line, oh, okay. The other line we could do the same thing, but I'm going to do this a little bit differently, and they'll match up. Probably. Except that's not the line I wanted. I made the same mistake a second time. Making the same mistake a second time is pretty much how I live my life. Okay, you've got the CPUs and those. You shouldn't have those. You don't deserve those. Chuck those down. I don't want those. Chuck those down. Chuck those down. Chuck those down. I think we're good. You know, aside from the lack of all the inserters. Ignoring that, which we should ignore that. We're okay. And then that. And then we get some train fuel in here, which thankfully we have a perfect little thing right here that gets the train fuel, also known as rocket fuel, but that's not bringing rockets, so it's got to be train fuel. We haven't even heard of rockets at that stage. We've got the technology for it. And I would like to connect that to this, that to this, and that to this. Okay, good. Then we will turn that up to, say, 20, wait, less than 10. We've now got 2, so that would be 16 plus 8 is 24. Wait, 15. 15 sounds right. 15 is not right. 20? 20 seems right. It seems happy with 20. And so that will fuel up that train. Huzzah! So full cargo. We will, of course, change that later. And I don't even think it's got a place for that to live. So also, I think that silver drop is called silver pick, which is probably wrong. If I had to take a guess. I say probably because I know it's wrong. There's no probability about it. It's absolutely wrong. Okay, so... Oh, it's emptied already, huh? So we'll pick up our train fuel. There we go. And we're going to take this train down here. Actually, before we do that, let us start assembling more of these. Spaceship is in the way. Spaceship, don't be in the way. Oh, it's in the way because of the power poles. Ah, that's fine. Okay. That's probably good. And then if we connect that... I think that's probably good. And I think that's probably also good. Yeah. Okay, great. Hello, Whiskers. How are you doing? So, now I feel like that train was about to actually come and drop off stuff, but those bots had finally made their long journey. And then I told you I was just going to leave them behind. Were those the bots that had finally made their long journey? They were. Oh, it's sad. Hey, I'm glad to hear you're doing alright. So, what we're going to do is we're going to start putting queues up of items that I want to get. Silver is the next one. Now, silver we can get pretty easily from here. So I'm not actually going to put queues. I don't need that though. Yeah, you gotta get your trains going. No disagreements from me there. Trains are very important in our modern society. Well that train just left, but that's okay. Be a little bit shunned, but that's fine. Also, feeling shunned is a natural thing in our daily society. So this is going to bring in those delicious... Nope. Come on. You can do it. Delicious. What do they look like? These. 500 of those? Yeah, probably. And then we're going to call it circuit drop. Not those circuits. Hang on. Did we rename this station? We did. Do they have some fancy cool name? Boards. They're not called circuits. Ah, we've been tricked. I can't find them there either. Okay, we're finding it manually. Oh, you know it's gone bad when that's where you result to. Okay, drop. Hey, no trains currently assigned to there. That's about to change. Because here they come. And we'll just grab them like that for the moment. And we do need to probably put down a charging point. Now, while I was doing my scouting, I realized this is not actually connected to anything. A whole bunch of bots are quite happily waiting for that, but they won't actually do anything, which is fun and annoying. Okay, so also silver, the silver station is called Silver Pick, which that's wrong because it's not going to pick up silver, it's going to be dropping silver. Going to drop the fine silver, as they say. The fine silver. Okay. Woo! Almost got crushed by a train. There though. So we have what, like a couple more. Oh my goodness, are these still using those? Gross. I may need to update some things. Right. Okay. That'll do the job. And that'll drop stuff off, which is really the ultimate goal. So actually, we're going to put that as a favorite. I don't know why, but I feel like I want to. I'm also going to put silver as a favorite, because that's something else I want. And I'm going to put Invar as a favorite. Because Invar is another thing we're going to be making today, which means we do need nickel. Is nickel made for anything useful? Not really. Hey, T-Hax, how you doing? Not streaming today, huh? Day your day off. Man, you come in here and just immediately get judged for not streaming. How unfair is that? Boy, I hope no one mentions me not streaming today, walks into SeiferKatt's channel. Ah. Thank you very much, Veldek. Yep, give the shout out, absolutely. Okay, so let's go get some silver ore, I think. Silver ore. Do we need to make more of these? No, not yet. Oh, actually, oh, got excited. Calm down. Okay. One thing we need to do is probably speed up my engines. Actually, no, why do I care about my engines? It's blue science. We don't need blue science right now. I mean, we do, but nah, not right now. So let's go get silver ore, because soon it will be Christmas Day. I'm thinking of the song Silver Bells, and I don't know why. It's probably because I went silver ore. Soon it'll be extermination day. Yeah, and so this will allow me to build some slightly higher tech stuff. Now, I don't think we need to worry about the trains here, which, oh, you're probably stuck, aren't you? Okay, let's just back that ass up. Sorry, I said that aloud. Multiple reasons. Okay. Okay, good. That train will figure out its way home now. Now, if we, because the original plans for these mines never really gives enough room for forging, which is problematic. So what we're going to do is we're going to give us a little bit more room than we used to. Now, we do still have some power problems, and we will get those sorted out today as well. They will get sorted out once we get the Invar, which will be after this. Then we will make some more power, make some more, like get the grey goo working a little bit better, and then we probably start working towards the aluminium. That's the plan. Of course, we could also make new science, and that would probably be good too. We delayed on doing a lot of stuff while we were just really focused on getting aluminium. We don't have aluminium, of course, but boy howdy, at least we know where it is. Not very helpful, I know, but hey, neither am I. Okay, let's get rid of these rocks. Just deal with it. I think it's the one thing the bots actually enjoy in this factory, just throwing explosives around. Now, I'm also going to use this as the first time that we actually get a full unified mining setup, because before we've done them like really half-assed. This one's going to be the one that we use from now on. Oh, no pressure or anything. I'm very nasally today. Don't know what's up with that. Now, the good news is if you get the first one, you just really need to copy and paste it for all of them. He says as he's about to manually do them. Doesn't learn. He does not learn. That's okay. Learning is for chumps. That's why I failed school. Not because it's for chumps, but because I'm not really sure what my point was there. Okay. See, now that I've got that, the trick is if you do this, you're going to get a little bit of overlap, but that's okay. Overlap is fine. No one ever died due to overlap. Well, probably. Someone may have died due to overlap, actually. But I didn't know them, and so I don't care. That's the callous disregard for life. Classic Seif right there. Okay, and then of course we need to put power poles in, but that's okay, we can do that. So this is how the mines will work now. Right? I like how I'm questioning that. Like, right? Is that how it's going to work, guys? I don't know. I'm afraid. We're all a bit afraid. Especially watching my designs. So T-Hacks, if you're interested in chatting, how is your space exploration going these days? I haven't seen it in the last couple of days. Balak's been telling me about spaceships, but I think he might be trolling. He did mention he was trolling about spaceships. And that's the sort of lad he is some days. So for those who don't know, T-Hacks typically runs around the same time that I do. You've got spaceships, excellent. So he typically runs around the same time I do. He is very good with circuits, I must say. He's got the whole LTN train network thing down. Okay, excellent. I would consider him a streaming rival, except for the fact that he has got like way more viewers than me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Mostly. I have no rivals because, you know, in this world, you don't need rivals. Unless you're an anime protagonist, in which case, if you don't have a rival, you're never going to get stronger. And then who are you going to fight at the end of the series, right? You've got to fight your rivals. TX has nice and symmetrical spaceships. Hey, look, I have nice and symmetrical spaceships as well, until they realize they don't work properly and then it all goes wrong. So, I mean, okay, going back to the rival thing, I guess, you know, at some point I might have to fight T-Hacks. Nothing personal, it's just how life goes sometimes. It certainly won't be in a race on who can make a better base, because, yikes, I'm not winning that one. Symmetrical ships are interesting. They're difficult. I certainly never managed it, but I never managed a lot of things. Oh, that's lovely. All my spaceships are artisanal. Thanks, Whiskers. I appreciate that. That's the thing. I think sometimes when like one of us isn't streaming, people go the other way. The Spathy ship was actually a work of genius, and I don't know why I made that, but I'm happy that I did. Why would you make a ship with so many circles? Like, non-connected? I don't know, but I did it anyway. Okay, you know what? I'm actually kind of liking the order of this. I think the first one was kind of bad, but if we do it again... oh, I may have made a mistake here. These aren't going to be powered. Shoot! They did play custom sounds. Sometimes I'd play the custom sound twice, and sometimes I'd play it half the time. Okay. That's bad, except for the fact that when you do a little bit of creative engineering, you always got to do a little bit of creative engineering around this base. It's pretty symmetrical. I think it's real symmetrical. I don't know what you're talking about. It's pretty good. So you don't get this sort of thing in T-Hack's bases. T-Hack's bases are well organized. Mine are slapdash, put together, call it good enough. I wish to introduce you to a Kiwi phrase. It's also an Australian phrase, which is the phrase of "she'll be right," which means it's fine. Don't worry about it. "She'll be right" is a very important Kiwi phrase you need to know. Typically said by farmers. You just sort of slap your hands together. "She'll be right," and you just look at this thing that looks like it's going to fall over. She'll be right. I don't know why it's gendered, but you know, it is. Yeah, I know. A lot of things that I do in my base hurt people that like organization. But the important thing is the base does function, except for when there's a train block, which is all of the time. I'm trying to say that I do okay, but I'm not really sure I believe it anymore. Okay, can I just get some more stuff, please? I think we've run out of stuff. Particularly miners. I think we've ran out of... Oh! Sometimes that also happens. Sometimes I get hit by trains. The best part is, not only was I hit by a train, I was hit by the exact train that brought me down here. That's the best part. It was the train that I knew about. That's how they get you. You know, you're out there looking for the unknown. The known that gets you. Okay. Well, not really. I forgot about it immediately, but that's not the point. One job. I mean, yeah, my one job was to get hit by a train, and I'd like to say I succeeded. Okay, I got a question though. How many miners are in this bullshit thing? 320. Oh. I have not scheduled 320. I've scheduled 100. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here and we're going to request a little bit more than 200. We're going to need 600 miners. And that is no minor achievement. Ah, oh, I should get a button that does that. I could do that. Do we need a rimshot button? Oh, oh, maybe we could do a rimshot button, guys. It's cursed as heck, but we could do that. Yes, I'm hearing a yes from Professional Dave, the most professional Dave I know. I only know one other Dave, but let me just say he was not the most professional Dave I've known. Oh, yeah, rimshot button. I think it's called rimshot. I apologize if I'm calling it something different. I apologize if I'm saying something very wrong. At least that way I can... Cat coins. Oh! I could probably do that for cat coins. Yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do. I will set that up for next stream. He says, but you know what? Not only will I set up for next stream, hang on. The problem is I usually say I'll set it in next stream. I am exactly ignoring it. So right now I'm getting silver, I'm getting invar, and then I'm going to... Yeah, okay, okay. Oh, it looks terrible. What I have done, meow. What I have done is I have made a post-it note that says rimshot. Okay? And that's going to go right there. There we go. And so that way, when I see it tomorrow while working, I will be like, oh, I've forgotten to do it. And then I will do it. And I will pretend that I'm working while I do it. Thank you, Whiskers, for contributing to the Turn on Space Extension Challenge. We are halfway there now. Oh boy, we're living on a prayer. We're halfway there after all. And you know what they say, once you're halfway there, you are living on a prayer officially. Thank you, Veldak. We need to get zinc, because after all, we've been zinking about it. We also need brass. Now, herein lies the problem. I think we need the bigger poles to be able to do this. So, what we're going to do is we're not going to finish this build right now. Because what would a SeiferKatt stream be like if I actually finished a build when I started it, right? It'd be ridiculous. You'll do anything to make maps last longer? Well, that's what she said. Anyway, moving on. Okay, so get the silver. Now this is actually not complete, which is a damn shame. I'm going to power the middle column. I'm going to power the middle column with the power of brass. That was B-R-A-S-S, not anything else you may have heard. Which reminds me, I got a funny joke to say later. So it was not really a funny joke, and I'll actually talk about it now. It was just like a conversation we had today. So we were talking today at work about, I don't have any good dad jokes right now. They are sporadic and purely incidental when they happen. But anyway, so I was at work today. Haven't heard of that mod? Hey, Sub and Fails, thank you very much for the raid. We get a shout out there, please. Someone could just do that. That'd be awesome. Okay, this is not ideal, but you know what? What did I do is ever ideal, right? Howdy, how you doing? Playing Factorio. How you been doing with Factorio? What's been the goal of the... What the hell am I doing here? Oh, I see what I've done here. Stakes. Okay, here we go. This will work now. So anyway, I was talking with co-workers about how I'm terrible at parties because I just I do a thing where I go to like a club or something, which is never happens, by the way. I don't go to clubs, but when I go there, I'm just a miserable sad sack, and I just sit there and be depressed. And then people come over to me and try to part 5 of a 1 episode build. Oh, that's wait, hang on. Part 5 of a 1 episode build. It sounds like that 1 episode build may have turned into a 5 episode build. What you been building? That takes so long. That sounds exciting. Anyway, let's talk about how I don't go to parties. And I was mentioning that, like, yeah, I don't really go to them. They're like, oh, but you came to you came to the Christmas party. And I was like, yeah, I did. And she's like, yeah, I have pictures. You had pictures. And the person who was listening, the person who was talking rather, has a bit of an accent. And so she said, you had pictures. And it sounded like you had bitches. And they're like, for someone who doesn't like parties, it sounds like you were doing very well for yourself. And I'm just like, what? Oh, right. I had bitches, like one in each arm. That sounds like the sort of maths I like. That sounds like good maths. So yeah, it was assumed that I had bitches, as one might say. But I did not, because instead I was just an absolute sad sack going to a party. Because I am the worst at parties. Because the loud music just makes me shut down for some weird reason. I don't know why, it just does. Alright, so silver. Silver? No. Yes? What am I doing? Control F. Okay. That's alright. Thanks for coming by anyway. Really appreciate it. Oh,
kicking for goodness.
thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. That number actually increase? I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. That number might just be broken. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll fix it later. Oh, no, it does. Yay, it worked. Okay, anyway. So yeah. Terrible at parties. That's what you need to know about SeiferKatt. That's the SeiferKatt lore for the day. That Seifer real bad. Hey, that's quite alright. Please do. Anytime. You know, unless I'm not here, in which case you'll be staring at a blank screen, and that's not fun. That's about as much fun as I am at parties. Haha, I brought it back. I do need that rim shot. I need it so badly. Alright, so that's going to give us our silver. And then we're going to have a silver train. So in honor of the Venga Bus, I was listening to a bunch of Venga Boys songs the other day, because I realized when someone was quoting Venga Boys lyrics to me, I didn't actually know the Venga Boys song lyrics. Wow, you can have too much Europop. I can see why that genre did not stay around forever. Woo! It was a bit much. Okay, so train and silver, great. Ooh, we might need train fuel. I don't think we have any train fuel here. This is the problem with these electronic jamblies. They don't bring in coal anymore. Real problem. But one thing I am happy about, despite the fact I didn't have enough resources for damn near anything, is I am happy about the amount of room I've given myself for future, because this can be expanded quite easily now. Which is better than everything else I've designed so far. We're expanding with bigger notions. It's like planning for the future. SeiferKatt planning for the future? Oh, what does future Seif think about that? Ask him later. Future Seif's not here right now. Right now we've got present Seif. Past Seif is causing problems. Oh yeah? Which tips are those? I'm so worried. I don't very often have tips that people go, yes, this was a good tip. Hopefully it was a good tip. Okay. So what we're going to do is this going to be a train fuel line. And we'll sit that way. Okay, great. Now we don't need a lot of train fuel, obviously. Now the difference between train fuel and rocket fuel is nothing. It says it's called rocket fuel, but since we've got no rockets, I think it's train fuel. For those who are not in the know, for the raiders and the new people, just so you know what's going down. So we're going to call some trains in here in a moment. Well, one train specifically, the fuel train. Get fuel drop. Enable disable. Rocket fuel equals 0. Look, if it equals 0, then we probably need more train fuel. Okay, let's get this party rolling. Oh yeah, that's some good stuff. It's stuff they don't really teach you, but it's really good to know. So I'm glad that helped. Okay, so that's going to get silver. Now I don't remember what we needed silver for. What did we need silver for? Heat pipes. Did we do all this for solar? Did we do all this for portable solar panels? Not helpful, but we've done it now. Next up. Okay, silver done. I don't really care about silver anymore. That's done. Great. Invar. So for that we need nickel. Okay, good. You've done well. Get out of here. And what we're going to do is we're also going to read that. Great. Oh yeah, exactly. Station limits are wonderful things. I love that you can also like assign station limits to whatchamacallit, to the circuit network with L. That's so cool. Okay, so we need nickel. Let's go get some nickel. Nickel. Okay, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. I'm thinking I'm cool, but we all know the truth. Okay, let's get this train rolling. Take this train to get to the new station. That new station will make me more stuff. Circle of Life. The Wheel of Fortune. Nah. Well, thank you for saying that. It's appreciated, but unfortunately my Kiwi sensibilities must mean I have to disagree whenever someone says something about positive about me, I must immediately refute it, because it is my nature as a New Zealander. New Zealanders do not take compliments well. We just go, no, 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 not me, no, no, not me. I don't know why we do this, but we do. Partly it's to avoid what's called tall poppy syndrome, which is a very real thing. And it is a big problem for New Zealanders leaving the country, because we try to be modest. Yeah, I suppose. I don't really know Canadians well enough that they do that. I know a few Canadians, but tall poppies quickly lose their heads in New Zealand. They absolutely do. That is absolutely why it's called tall poppy syndrome. For those who don't know, it's a thing that comes in a lot in education, but it's not just education. It's like a lot of places that if someone excels or is just generally regarded as good, did you share GST as well? What? It's a services tax. What? Yeah, if someone excels in something, if that person's noticed and that you'd think, oh, let's like be excited for that person. What tends to happen is people want to take them down a peg. I don't know why, but it is a thing. And so the way you do it is with Canada, you have GST. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the way you do it is you just be really humble about it. Oh, no, no, no. I mean, anyone could have done it. Even if it was you were the only one that could have done it. Anyway, it's time for What the Shirt. So, theme music. Do. What the Shirt. I love the theme music. I don't care what anyone says. Why are there hearts? Where did you come from? Also, hang on. My overlay's not working. We will do... Where's my slideshow? There's my slideshow. Very important. The theme music is fun. It was an instinct. It was a thing I started doing, and I was going to record it, but now I just love doing it manually. Okay, today's What the Shirt. It's a little bit of a esoteric, weird one today. Ethereal. It's like a tree. It's like a spirit tree. It's got like those little thing, like the little charms you put around trees. I don't know what's up with this shirt. I didn't order it. Like, it just came in the mail one day. I'm kinda not kidding. It just did show up one day. Yeah, it's like some sort of Japanese spirit tree. They probably have a proper name for them, but I don't know it. Uh, is it the mana tree from the Secret Mana? It might be. As I said, I didn't order this shirt. It just arrived one day. This is not one that Panda bought me. This is just a shirt that I paid for. I did pay for it, and it just sort of showed up one day, and I was like, okay, this is my shirt. Uh, yeah, that's actually what happened. So it was like a spend half price, get a shirt of a design you don't know what you're going to get. And younger Seif thought that's a good idea. So I did. So I did. No, no, it wasn't a present for my bitches. No, definitely not. It was a present for myself. Yeah, no, I bought the I paid money for the shirt. I just didn't know what I was going to get. And I'm like, oh, that's a cool tree. And I quite like this shirt. But if you're saying, is that the tree, mana tree from the Secret of Mana? I'm like, uh, oh wow, Automod doesn't like that one. I will allow that one because, sorry, permitted term is crazy LGBTQ people. By the way, I saw that on r/dad jokes. I saw that before the stream started. Automod didn't like that. Apparently, crazy LGBTQ people is a concerning statement, which I don't disagree with. Like, I can see why they're like, "Ooh, careful with that," but that was not meant as offensive, and I get that. It is a funny joke. I think it's a nice joke. The top comment was, "I am LGBTQ, oh, and I like this joke," and I'm like, you know what? At least one person liked it. I mean, I've got a few gay friends, and they do love the joke of "I can't even think straight," which I always appreciate. Um, no, you've actually seen quite a few shirts that Panda hasn't bought. Awesome. Well, it's always the thing. Like, look, straight cis white male here. I do acknowledge I gotta be careful with those things because I can be like, ha ha ha, that's funny. And it's like, no, it's not. So, well, that's good. Okay, so more than one gay person has enjoyed it. That's fine. But yeah, it's just something I gotta be careful of sometimes. It's not necessarily like I don't want to offend anyone. And I mean, I say that like some of you have heard the stream, and I'm sometimes a little bit offensive. The planet is losing its sense of humor. A little bit. I can see why you'd say that, but it is also, I think, trying to, like, this is where people are like, oh, it's just wokeness. But I think it's people caring about each other's feelings, and you know, oh, what do you know? We can't make jokes about killing minorities anymore. Pff, you know, I know that was an extreme example, but, and I'm not saying you are saying that, but that's the sort of thing you get sometimes, and it's like, oh yeah, I can see why there's a problem with that. But I think there's a lot of humor that can still be made that doesn't, you know, marginalize minorities. And honestly, I think the best humor comes with limitations. You know, when a creative's the most creative, when they don't have every tool in the toolbox. Um, because, now you've actually got to think about it. You can't just go, I'm just going to make a joke laughing at minorities and everyone's going to laugh. It's like, actually, think about what you're saying here. Is that as funny as you think it is? And you're like, well, yeah, that is true. And it is very easy to make that mistake. And again, I'm not saying anyone who makes that mistake is a bad person. Far from it. I'm not saying that. But it is something that you need to consider. And it is very easy to be like, well, rah rah, you just can't make jokes anymore. It's like, you can. You've always been able to make jokes. No one's taking jokes away from you. But be a bit smarter with your jokes. Maybe they just don't like it because It is a little bit of that. But I don't know. Again, straight white dude, I have never felt oppressed in any way whatsoever. And I'm not saying, it's a difficult line to walk, and I'm actually kind of thinking I might abandon this line of topic right now because it's not exactly fun. In fact, I think I'm going to. I think my point has already kind of been made a little bit. So let's talk about nickel, eh? Nickel! I'm real good at segues, guys. My favorite excuse for why I don't want to do something? Back to the game. When am I getting bauxite? Yeah, good question. Well, I decided that I got so excited about finding bauxite that I'd do every other resource before doing bauxite, because otherwise we need electricity, and for that we need brass. So, which is why we need to get zinc. What the fuck is that? Sorry, there's a bug here, and I got scared. It's like a moth of sorts. Okay. I apologize for that language. I got scared. At least I didn't shriek, so you know what? I count that as a positive. I mean, aside from the bad language, but whatever. No, I squished it. It was just a little moth. It was fine. Have I ever tried a Segway? No, I haven't. They actually got banned from our streets at one point. I don't know if they're still banned, but I think maybe they were banned from our streets, or maybe they were just like a pizza company was using them to deliver things, and the pizza company was rather reckless. And I think either they banned them or they just went, you know what, pizza company, you're not allowed them anymore. And everyone went, pfft, what's the fun of having a Segway if the pizza company's not allowed a Segway? I don't know if that's how life works. Do I want endless sulfur? It's a question. Do I want endless sulfur? Probably not. PM fell off one? I know W did. I know that was a big story, and it kind of ruined the entire company at that point. But I mean, W. Is that what you want? Here's us trying not to get political again. Let's bring up George W. Bush. That's always a great way to go non-political. Oh no, we do not have spiders. We got some spiders, but they're not too bad. I'm not a huge fan of spiders, and I'm aware saying that is a dangerous thing. I'm okay with pictures of spiders, just real spiders. I don't like them. I just don't want them around me. I just want them to stay the bloody hell away. Unrelated, yeah. Here's your pizza. Oh. I mean, having your pizza delivered in interesting ways is probably cool. I'd like my pizza delivered in interesting ways. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to... I wonder if we can copy this. Excuse me. We can copy something like this. Oh, that doesn't work at all. You don't have as much room. Okay, what we can do is that. Okay, that's good. So that way, a train fuel gets sorted out. Yes. Yeah, I just, like, sometimes people are like, Seif doesn't like spiders, so we'll show him a picture of a spider, and they show me, like, friggin' Shinlob or Aragog or whatever the hell fantasy spider you like, and I'm like, I don't care about that. Like, I can fight a fantasy spider. I will fight a fantasy spider. Just let me do it, and I will just murder one. And I don't have a problem with it, you know? I can kill fantasy spiders all day, every day. It's just, then a little tiny spider comes along and goes, and I'm like, oh, I don't like this anymore. I like the little tiny spider that didn't go. No, I like the... So what I'm saying is, spider the size of a car, fine. Spider the size of, like, a pin, don't like it. Don't try to rationalize it. I've given up on trying. Just generally, I've tried giving up on rationalization. It just seems like a better way to live my life. Okay, so. Spider riders? What, you mean like spider riders like someone riding a spider into battle? You know what? Give me a game that someone rides a spider into battle and I'm hicking down for that. You know? I will just be like, yes, I will build more of them. Mechanical spiders? Not a problem. You know, mechanical spiders are not a problem because, for one, they're not spiders. They're just robots. And robots are lovely. Oh, you don't like the big ones. You're the reverse. See, that's bad for video games, but fine for real life. That game would be Dominions 3 to 5. I've got Dominions 4 and 5. I've just never really played them much. There are spider riders there? I wasn't very good at Dominions 4, and then I bought Dominions 5 because I'm not sure why. But I did. I thought I wanted to play it, and then I never did. I make that mistake. The nations have literal spider riders. Hell yeah! I'm in. Sold. Yeah, what was I playing? I played a little bit of Rylay, which I understand is quite difficult, and... No, I don't even think it was a Steam sale. I think I just went, I want this, so I bought it. There was no justification on why I did this in my life. Okay, how much... Well, actually, if I do it this way... Okay, well, I guess we need to say how to break down hydrogen peroxide. No, it's quite the opposite. What is it called? I don't think I bought it on sale. Maybe I did. It's hard to say for sure. I want you to break down the oxygen and hydrogen. And that's called... Maybe if I should go hydrogen? Hydrogen peroxide. No, it's the opposite of that. Water? No. Okay. Yeah. I also tried a little bit of... What was it called? There's a group of one-eyed cave-dwelling creatures. I don't remember what they're called, though. The game's got a steep learning curve. I think that's what we all know. Anyone who's played that game understands. Water electrolysis. Okay, so... Oh, electrolysis! It probably needs to be an electrolyzers then, logically. Agatha? That rings a bell. Yeah, it was probably Agatha. Okay. That does ring a bell. Not that steep. I mean, understanding how to build a hero with the magic system and the magic queuing system, maybe it's not a steep learning curve, but it was a learning curve I was not quite willing to do at that time. And that is, I say at that time, like multiple times. So I really just need to sit down and it goes vertical, then goes into a ceiling. Like goes through the ceiling? Wait, that doesn't sound non-vertical at all. That sounds like a very okay. That sounds pretty steep. Then I see what you're doing there. I get the joke. It takes me a while to get jokes, you know, but I get there eventually. That's what matters. Okay. I thought you were saying the game wasn't that complicated, but no, you were making a joke. I get it now. Okay. Oh, is it the one that people use for Dwarf Fortress? Because I know that one. Like, it's the curve just going in, like, and there's a bunch of dead people around it. Is that the one you're about to do? Oh, these say Bob on them! Sorry, not important, but these say Bob on them. I'm pretty sure I know the meme image you're talking about, because it gets brought up a lot for a lot of games. Like, Eve gets it, Dwarf Fortress gets it. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game that I really enjoyed. I haven't played it in years. However, the guy who makes it is a mad genius, and I want whatever he makes to succeed, because He is incredible. Like, I don't know how he lives his life, but I want him to keep doing it. We probably should bring Vince, because I don't think I care about this sulfur. We're gonna need Vince anyway. Sorry, just a moment. I've just been called. Oh, just be a moment. I apologize. There were cats fighting outside. Wasn't me, I promise. I'm a good cat. Well, there was one cat. Maybe it was just one cat fighting by itself. It's hard to tell for sure. Uh, but anyway, yeah, cats, right? What are they doing? Who won? I believe it's the one that you feed. So, I don't know. We opened the door, there was only one cat and it ran away. But I think there was another cat around. Just making trouble in the neighborhood. You know. That's how cats are. I don't know who won. I think no one won because I think we interrupted their fight. So they better fight later. You know? Cats gotta fight. That's what they gotta do. They gotta tussle. Okay. That's alright. I mean, I don't really know which is the evil one and which is the good one. How can you tell with cats? Unless they've got a little mustache, you never really know which is the good one and which is the evil one. Like a little goatee, little cat goatee. That might be also clones. I might have got that one wrong. Okay, so... Did I forget train fuel? Probably not. The Drunk Cats in Dwarf Fortress. No, I can't say that I have, but before, well, while you type that story, I'll tell you about my story at Dwarf Fortress, which is I made a fortress in the most evil, most wild place I could, which turned out to be in the middle of the, like, poles. Um, and it ended up being an undead yeti fighting a couple of dwarves, and the undead yeti somehow ripped a dwarf's pants off and was beating him to death with his own pants, which... That's Dwarf Fortress, baby. That's as Dwarf Fortress as you can get. Like, if you aren't being a dwarf, having your own pants ripped off and beaten to death with them, what are you doing? You know? Reevaluate your life. What is this evil cat? Oh, it's a Kittler. I'm aware of Kittlers. We probably need to get oxygen in here. Now, we are going to have problems with oxygen supply because... pesky dwarves. Yeah, they kind of were. They did their best, but ultimately they all died because despite being in the Arctic, we had no bloody water. I don't know if I could melt water. I don't know if it worked that way. I don't know if that game has temperature physics. But either way, it did not go well. Do I have burner towers to burn off the hydrogen? Not yet. I'm about to go get them. That is next on the plan. It's next on the agenda. So we will go and get them in a moment. First, we're going to Oh. No. Yeah, that doesn't exist yet. What am I thinking? Nickel. Pick. I assume that's nickel. I'm kind of concerned now. Let's just start from the beginning. Problem is, silver and nickel look very similar. And we don't have a nickel drop yet, but that will be coming. Top is inaccessible from this position. Oh, it is indeed. Okay, well that train's jammed. That's okay. So now we've got nickel. Let's go make Invar. No, let's go get the vents first. Ugh! I thought it was very important that I did the motion there. Very important is questionable. What? Yeah. The train stopped suddenly and I had to make the motion for it. Ugh! It's like headbanging, but only one. It's like, imagine headbanging, but there was only one note, but it was a real good one. Can't imagine headbanging? You can only imagine dragons. What about imagine fitness? Oh shit, I imagine fitness again. So, yeah, exactly. So there was a gym in the city where I live, and I don't know if it's still around. I don't care. I don't go to the gym. But it was called Imagine Fitness, and every time we walked by there, I'd look at Panda, I'd point at the sign, she'd read it, and I'd go, ah, I just imagined it again. Because I don't want to imagine fitness. Never. Can't make me. No, you can't make me. Oh hey, I got vehicle solar panels. I don't need those. They can go in the train. They can go in the train. And we can sort this out, guys. We did it. Oh, we solved the logistics problem of the millennia. Okay. Wasn't a very good logistics problem, let's be honest. Okay. What I'm also going to do in a moment, once I figure out how to work the most basic of computers, is vents. Any steam vents. Gas vents, rather. All those things are plausible. Great. We bring sulfur in here? I don't think we do. We don't. Okay. Well, we need... how many gas vents do we need? I wouldn't imagine too many. That's probably enough. Okay. Let's go to our nickel mine of 15 million nickel. A lot of nickel. And before it runs out. I just leave some pots behind. You know what? If I did, I did. I don't care. It looks like they were going to deliver me some track. But I'm like, no, sir. I do not want your track. Get ye out of here before I break my nose. And they're like, do you mean you're going to break our nose? Oh, no, no, no. I'm going to break my own nose. Establish dominance. You know, if someone comes up to you and breaks their own nose, you know you don't want to mess with them. It's just snap, and then they just look at you and go, yeah? 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 And you go, no, no, no. That's the whole conversation. That's why I don't go to the club. People are just always breaking their own noses to show how, like, superior they are to me. And I'm like, you know what? I think you win this one. Congratulations. Good job. You did it. Okay, we could hold on to the hydrogen, but I don't think we need to. And I'm going to burn off the sulfur dioxide because I don't think we need that either. Famous last words, of course, but meh. Another famous last word. My favorite final words will probably be meh. And I would have it no other way. Okay, so that's good for making Invar. Invar is still not needed for brass. So, you know, baby steps. But it is needed for things. As I said, today we are just collecting things that we should have done a while ago. So now we need to make Invar, and that is made of iron and nickel. Okay. Speaking of iron and nickel, I have a minor problem down by the old iron mine where it seems to be running out. Oh no. That's okay. What I might do is I might pick it all up and then just drop it all off again. And hopefully it figures itself out. Go back home now. I'm done with you. Go on. Okay, here's how you do it. Here's how you do it. You just keep scrolling until until that happens. Told you I had a plan. Good plan? No, not really, but it was a plan. No one ever said my plans were good plans. You know what? No, this one's too far gone. I think we just have to live with it. We will be getting some more iron in the near future, though. I don't know exactly when, but in the near future, and that's all you need to know. Because this iron mine it's doing fine, but it has got, you know, less than 2 million iron left. Which is fine. It'll do for the moment. But the day is coming, my friends, where we will say another iron mine, and then the answer will be yes. Just chuck this iron down. And it'll have a much better foundry. That's an important part of this story that I'm making. Also... Shoot. You know what? It can stay bad like that. It's how it's just going to be. So where do we make Invar? Well, honestly, I would say here, but I don't like where we put the line. We could move the line, but... Ugh. Or, here's the thought, what about right here? This is going to be turned into a power plant in the future, as will this. It's running out of tin. Okay, well, that's just fine and dandy. Okay, yeah, I think we can... No, I don't think we can. I think we can. No, we can't. Good job. It really made a lot of sense there. See, if you've done it again. Okay, what about over here? There's like nickel. The nickel is close by. That actually makes sense. I'm sorry, guys. I think I just accidentally made sense. That wasn't intended. How far until nuclear power? Well, reactor. Let's have a look. We need... The reactor isn't the problem. I remember this now. The problem is the aluminium plates, which we don't have. And brass, which is also zinc. Also cobalt, which, now that I'm remembering it, needs to be sorted out as well today. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab all this pure water for a second, and we're just going to chuck it right against the line, because, quite frankly, I don't care. That's fine. There's a lot of questions going on with this pipe. Why does it exist? That's about the only questions I have, honestly. No, I know why it exists. It exists because someone was being lazy. Before I had a lot of tech. I've got better tech now. What matters is this pipe needs to exist. Because this is how we manage to electrolyze the water into oxygen. And also hydrogen, but we don't care about hydrogen. Like the less said. Sorry, what question about life in general? It's a problem with stream delay. Sometimes you forget what sometimes I forget what I said. Why does it exist? Ah! Valid question, yeah. Don't stand on the tracks, that's how you get killed by a train. Just move that ever so slightly. That's good. I wasn't, but close enough. If we put that there, then we do a little bit of a shoopy-doop. Sometimes you gotta do a shoopy-doop. That is, of course, the official technical term. We don't want these copper pipes. I also don't want all these units of sulfur, but, you know, we can't not have everything. Wait, can we not have everything? We can't. The shoopy-doop? No. Well, it's not a dance move I do at the club. I do the depressing mope, which is I just put my head on a table and be sad. With my bitches. As discussed. Not a dance move the Jedi would know. Okay. I don't know why the Jedi are being involved in these dance moves, but you know what, it kind of makes sense. I was about to ask, is there a Star Wars game with dancing? And then I remembered there was that, like, really weird Kinect one, which had, like, made by Ubisoft, and it had the dance motions, like the Just Dance thing, except in Star Wars. And everyone was both angry and amused? No one quite knew how to feel about that. And honestly, we need that feeling more in video games. Angry and confused. Because I'm too often know if I'm angry or not angry. I want to be confused more by video games. Angry is not an emotion I typically have with video games. Yeah? I've seen it, and it's just like the dance moves are all like parody names of like actual dance moves, and I kind of adore that. And also the fact that it was just like it just sort of crammed in there on the side, and no one knew it was there, which is kind of funny. Like, why did you put this here? You're in the Empire today, set to YMCA. Well, hell yeah, the Empire is the correct way to be. I will always support the Empire. People say they're fascists, but I think they're wrong. Why do I think they're wrong? Because I like the Empire and I don't like fascism. Therefore, they've got to be wrong. That's how logic works, right? No, really, I only like the Empire because, you know, there was those X-Wing games, and then there was also the TIE Fighter one. I never had the X-Wing one. I only had TIE Fighter, and I freaking loved it. And then I decided, you know what, the Empire are alright people. I can respect them. None of that namby-pamby having other alien races. No, no. Oh, I mean, it's certainly interesting. I will not say otherwise. Okay. So this is way too much room for Invar, but that's okay. We can always make other things here, like Nisanol later on, so that's good. The Empire was misunderstood. Yeah, they're all just a bunch of great guys with amazing fashion sense and excellent ships. I'm sure everyone's seen it, because everyone's seen the Xenos should know their place. Absolutely they shall. Has everyone seen that like animation that someone did, like the TIE Fighter one? If you haven't, it is amazing and it is certainly worth looking at. I watch it every 6 months or so. Not really because I need to, just because every 6 months or so it just comes up and I'm like, ah, I forgot about this, and I watch it and I'm like, yeah, so good. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, this is the most confusing sentence. But it is certainly worth your time to go check it out. Let me just type, actually, hang on. If I type in TIE Fighter animation, TIE Fighter animation, TIE Fighter anime? Yeah! That's it. 7 minutes long. It's so good. It's like, just TIE fighters and friggin' just explosions. Like, that's what I love most about Star Wars. I don't give a really that much of a shit of the Jedi versus Sith fight. Give me, like, fighter combat. You know, some X-Wings versus some TIE fighters. Throw in a Y-Wing and a TIE bomber. I'm just happy as. That's all I need. I'm a simple man. I see TIE fighter, I outvote. That's in the wrong place. We've done this before, haven't we? Oh, TIE fighters? I don't know those. There's a lot of TIE variants these days. Pointers, I like them. I think also that game, what was it? The game that came out years ago, Knights of the Old Republic. Walter Melon was a bit of a parody work. Oh, okay, I don't know that one. Knights of the Old Republic just really gave it some like good attitude on how the Sith work. It's not a clever way, it's just kind of stupid. Like, oh, okay, the plan of the Sith is that at some point you'll be betrayed by your apprentice, so don't teach them everything. So that way when your apprentice betrays you, you can kill them rather than killing you and becoming the master. And I'm like, that's stupid. Like, that's actually stupid. And it's probably why the Sith never do very well, because they keep killing themselves. Like, he's now the master. I don't know how canonical that game was, though. It probably wasn't at all. Okay. Okay. So let's go and pick this up. We should fix those one of these days. Put that down. That shouldn't be called iron drop, because it should be called nickel drop. Drop. Yeah. Okay. Good. So that gets my nickel in. My nickel there. Full cargo, empty cargo. Oop, do your thing. It actually can't come down here because of the way the lines are set up. That's so funny. Ah! Oh, that is a disaster. But that's also wrong. Yeah, that's appropriate. That's an appropriate time to do the train sound. That's probably fine enough. Ugh. That is disgusting train work there. Steve, how are you going to fix this disgusting train line that you've made? I'm going to do the old patented trick of doing nothing. Oh. That'll work. Okay, and then we get Invar. Now, Invar, I think, actually is going to help me make some things. Creativity. Well, yeah, I guess. Fluid burning heat. No, fluid burning heat source is not really going to help me. Oh, you know what we can do? We can make better power armor. I remember that now. We're excited about that. We can make bigger boilers. No, we can't. We don't have brass. What can we make with Invar? Well, I know I need it. I can make... Everything needs Invar and brass. Okay, well, bleh. Alright. How do we make Invar? It is in the electric metal mixing furnace. Which I don't carry on me. Because it's just another type of furnace. Alright, well. Let us... Let us. Okay, you know what? Let's go... up here first. No, where do we want to go? I want to go blue sides real quick. Why? Because I want to get rid of the sulfur. I don't want to carry it around anymore. I'm tired of carrying the sulfur. It's so heavy. I smell bad. The smelling bad has nothing to do with the sulfur. That's just who I am as a person. Then we're going to get zinc. Now, zinc is... I still need to watch that opening to that Beethoven thing. I still haven't got around to that. Zinc. I know I found it. I don't know where it is, though. I was very excited when I found it. I can tell you that much. Okay, you just wait there for a second, please. Come back to you. This should be linked. Whoop. Yeah. Offer is done. Okay, so metal mixing furnace, which is of course what they used to call me in high school. No, it's not. Yes, they did. That's an awesome name. Hey, my name's SeiferKatt, but people call me metal mixing furnace. I mean, how the hell do you get that name? Because that's awesome. The answer is you mix metals in a furnace. That's kind of speaks for itself. There's worse nicknames you can have in high school. I had worse nicknames in high school. Oh, I think everyone did though, didn't they? How far did I get to Orb of Creation? So I got to the point that things were starting to be in the billions, and then I sort of stopped because I was like, there were some things I could do, and I was just like, I'm not really enjoying where we're at the moment. So I figured I'd put it aside and then come back to it when there were some more releases, which I think is reasonable. Okay, metal mixing. Metal mixing furnace. Beep, 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 beep. Oh wait, we can just do that. We do not need 375 of them. Thank you very much for trying. Let's go with a simple 5. It'll catch up though. It'll get there. And then how many do we want? Probably 75. Did I reach rituals? Oh yes, I did. I absolutely did reach rituals. Man, that's a surprising part of the game, isn't it? Okay, now something else I would quite like to make would be power armor, because we can now. And then we can upgrade all our armor. Hooray! When it gets around to it. Where are my robots? Here they come. Here they come. Probably. I apologize. I really do. It was not my intent, I promise. I do have a tendency to do that, to recommend games to people and then just destroy them. Not my intent. It does happen. Okay, now it's time to use the most amazing piece of technology we've ever found in the game. Okay, we're done. Oh my goodness, I still can't believe I didn't know that was the thing. It's so good. Okay. Can we build some exoskeletons? Ooh, that'd be lovely. Uh, fair enough. Yeah, let's get some exoskeletons. We got the room for it now. You know what? While we're getting exoskeletons, let's also get some. Oh, it's a good one too. It's a real good one. It's one that you. So, oh, sorry, I'm about to ruin someone else's day, aren't I? Doing this. Um, I believe he's either talking about Shrimps or talking about Orb of Creation. I like Orb of Creation, um, because it doesn't do the whole prestiging multiple times. At some point, you can just go, "Yeah, I'm satisfied now," and it's nice. It's nice to just be satisfied with a game, you know, rather than feel like you just got to keep playing and keep getting those numbers higher. Which it's a good one. I put like a. So here's the important thing: while it is an incremental game, it is not an idle game, and that's the thing that's very. Uh, yeah, no, you should, because the review is tough. The review is what made me read, like, go, oh, okay. Orb of Creation, I put about 27 hours into it in the span of about a week. Soda Dungeon, yeah, I used to do some Soda Dungeon. I was enjoying that for a while. Okay. Hey, Soulburn, how you doing? Soulburn, didn't you used to have a longer name? Didn't your name used to be like edgier? I really recall your name used to be edgier. Oh, check it out. I thought you did. Train sounds! And what, you got your normal name back? Did you, like, assault them and be like, give me back my name or else? And they go, or else what? And then they're missing a finger. Wow, that really went weird. Oh, excellent. Wow, 100% on Soda Dungeon. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't get that far into it. Okay, anyone who's played incremental games? Well, I'm glad you got it back. Anyone who's played incremental games will know that one thing that tends to happen is you just have a moment of like introspection where you go, what am I doing with my life? And you stop playing it. I had that with that game pretty early on. More batteries actually. Can't go bigger than that, but we can do this. And the earlier you can do, like, say, what am I doing with my life with an incremental game, the happier you can be. That's not necessarily true. Be happier in your own way. 20, 50. Okay, so that's still a vast improvement. I know that answer to that one. That's an easy one. Uh, Surely Madonna does have one. Name is not Madonna. Ah, you got that shortening surgery I heard about. Ah, goodness. What am I trying to do? Batteries, yes. Okay. Okay, we can't use any more exoskeletons. That's all the exoskeletons we can have. We're gonna need one of those. So get out of here, exoskeletons. We don't want you. It is indeed. A good joke, though. That's a riddle. Not a joke. Okay. I did hear that, and that was like, okay, why are we I'm not calling him Daddy Elon. You can't make me. He's no father of mine. That is unfortunately not a joke. That's a sad reality of the world we're in. Where someone who can't pay taxes because all his money is holed up in stocks managed to buy something for billions of dollars. That's suspicious. Maybe he had money to begin with. No, he just borrowed it based off his stock. Okay. To preserve free speech. Man, who needs free speech? What is worth in New Zealand? We don't have free speech here. I don't want it. He gets to sell stuff to buy his options. Yeah, that's going to be... I'm surprised he hasn't been kicked off immediately, but I mean, since when did, billionaires care about hypocrisy? I mean, I say that posting on a stream that's owned by Amazon, so... There's only so much I can say about that, I suppose. Okay. Inva... Inva... Inva? Inva... No... Belts. Yeah, it's plenty. We could probably put those a little bit closer then, couldn't we? But while we put them closer, should we put them together in a way that makes sense? Invar is an alloy of iron and nickel. It is indeed named because it is not change size with high temperatures. It is invariable. I had to look that one up. What does it matter if Trump says he's not going back to Twitter? You think you believe anything that man says? Like, he'll do what he wants. Who's going to stop him, right? Twitter is where the people are. And he wants to be with his people. Ooh, I didn't know that one. What's that one used for? What's copper and nickel combined for? Just for a laugh. Wait, hang on, that's not going to work. I've messed up. Okay, we need to undo this. Cause... erosion resistance. Okay. Robots are good. I like him. A++, robots. I'm a big fan. A++ would allow robot apocalypse to happen again. I mean, how would I stop it? Let's be honest. Victoria has no corrosion. That's true. Not even the community is that corrosive. Unless you did what I was about to do there. Then there would have been some corrosion. With the salt. I know. That's why I was like, I saw when I was doing this soul burn, and I'm like, you know what? I don't have to do that. I have other options in my life. Just so you know, I'm not doing. It's not like I'm doing it for you or anything. Baka, gotta copy and paste it. Yeah, could have actually. It's a valid point. Could have. Barker. I'd be the best soon today. You just gotta give me twin drills and I'm in there. Anyway. There's only so much I can talk about soon today before everyone in chat goes, what is he talking about? We've done this before. We don't need to keep talking about soon today behavior. Alright. Okay, Invar's being created, except for there. There's Sundere, then Yandere. That is true. That is true. I wouldn't be a very good Yandere. I'm not good enough with a knife. I'm not even allowed to use knives since the incident. Okay, so we've got Invar being created. That's good. Invar... Do we need nickel? We... Vaguely. The pipe still triggers you? A pipe. Oh, that one? You'll live. There's only so much I can do in one day. Keep the weeb at home. I am at home. The weeb is at home. Okay, so what we could do is... Good. Get the rocket fuel from here. What we could also do, what would probably work better, is rid of that just for a moment. Don't worry, we'll bring it back. I know you're worried about soul burn. We'll bring it back. Okay? Don't fret. Okay, rotate that. Yeah. Good stuff. We have Weeb at home. Not untrue, but yeah, I suppose that does work, doesn't it? Okay, we need train fuel. We probably need to speed up my train fuel production as well, and how much we're using it these days. I mean, the idea though is once these trains are fueled, they really shouldn't need a lot more. Probably. That pauses me trying to figure out how I would do that. There's probably a million easy ways to do it, but I can't be trusted with any of them. I don't know what that is. I'm not familiar with this card game you speak of. Okay. But now we have Invar, which is something we very much did need. Now what we need to do is distance. Yeah, I think we can actually. Invar. Boop. Oh, we haven't actually named that station yet. Okay, well, we're going to name them in reverse. Invar drop. And then we search for Invar. And we go Invar pick. One of what players? I mean, I have a lot of problems, let's be honest. But... Oh, my goodness! Veldak, no! What? Thank you so much! Thank you, Veldak. Okay, that's gonna blink for a while because I never put a sound. But 15 subs, thank you so much. So meow 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 meow. I think that might have been 17. I think I counted wrong. I'm bad at counting on my fingers. So congratulations to Glacier Wolf, Ravage, Jamort, Sir Icarus III, Nexus, Evil Pla, Booster Draft, Diaxis, Lost and Found, Fraser, Tasman, Delicious Rice Ball, Soulburn, Spee, and I am Sark. Geez, Veldak, really, absolutely insane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. A lot of meows. Thank you. You are too kind. Yeah, so when someone subs, now I meow for each month. But if it's a gifted sub, then of course that's 15. Well, that's a sub is a gift is a sub, so a lot of meows. It just happens. Thank you so much. Absolutely insane. Um, it's gonna blink for a while. There's not much I can really do to stop that, but blink, 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 blink. I really need to have a sound effect. Hey, Woobla, how you doing? I know you're more of a lurker usually. I notice you here sometimes, and it's like that's fine. You can lurk sometimes, but or you can lurk all the time. You don't. No one ever actually has to say anything if they don't want to. Typically, I just go into streams and I just watch for like half an hour, and I never say a word because I'm shy. Okay, we got water back in. That's good. So we've got Invar. Now we need to. We've got Invar connected. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely in the ship's absolutely in the way right now. But if I try to get rid of it, about 3 people go, "Oh, what are you doing? Don't get rid of the ship." So the ship stays. It's a memory of how far we've come. Yeah, it's just how we're gonna live our lives. And we are actually out of room as well, which is a little bit of a problem, but that's okay. Well, congratulations, by the way, on your increase in salary, Veldak. That's pretty awesome for you. I'm sure it's well deserved from what you've been telling me. Or what you've been telling the group. Like one of those. And what do you have to tell the group today? For those who are interested, Discord is a great place to hang out. There's a bunch of great people. You get to see some people go for walks and they show the great walks they go on. So check that out if you're interested.
Butt kicking for goodness!
And thank you for following Noxiway Gaming. Noxiway Gaming? I apologize for... I was going to say I apologize if I said that wrong. No, I apologize that I've said that wrong. Hello, welcome. If you wonder what the hell's going on, do feel free to sing out. If you're wondering why the hell I'm building something in the strangest way possible, I'm sure that you're not the only one wondering that. Now, zinc. I had zinc. Where did it go? Or was zinc like miles away? Can anyone tell you about the Space Exploration Stargate? Oh boy, not really. I'm aware of it, and then I saw that it needed 100 gigawatts of power, and I went, no, I'm not doing that. Unfortunately, I never did that ending. So I can't tell you much about it, I'm afraid. Does anyone else know about the Space Exploration Gateway? Now, where did the zinc go? We had zinc. I don't even remember what color it is, so that's not helping. I'm sure oh, zinc's there. Okay, so zinc's a while away. Well, we need it for brass. It's a trap. What's a trap? Zinc? Oh, or the Stargate's a trap. Okay, so I think what we do now is we make cobalt. Now, cobalt is going to require a bunch of stuff. The gates in Mass Effect, they weren't entirely a trap. Oh, wait. The gates in Mass Effect weren't the trap. It was the Citadel that was the trap. Spoilers, by the way, for a game that is about, what, 20 years old now? Oh god, how old is Mass Effect? How old is Mass Effect? Oh no. Is that game surely not 20 years old? When did game come out? When did game come out? 2007. Oh, okay, so it's only 15 years. Oh, that does make me feel better. Don't worry, Mass Effect 1 and 2 are still excellent games, and I still highly recommend them, even with the joking half spoilers. Better feel old. Yeah, I know, right? Too bad you can't charge batteries and ship them to remote power stations. Well, you kinda can, actually, Professional Dave. The way you could do it is by taking ion tanks of... Sorry, 3? I wasn't aware of 3. Did they make a third one? Man, I'm sure it was good though, right? If they made a third one, I'm sure it was great and worth remembering. Mass Effect 1 was the best. I liked Mass Effect 2 a lot. I am being facetious. Yes, I do know they made Mass Effect 3. I didn't like it. That wasn't clear why I was being facetious. Oh, not facetious. What's the word? Just a little bitch. Should we go just a little bitch? I think that's acceptable phrasing. I didn't like it. I understand a lot of people did like it, and I'm not just talking about the end controversy, because let's just... who gives a shit, right? It happened. But... Andromeda, I didn't play that. Like, I'd already been burnt out on 3, so I was like, why would I play another one? Some series, what happens is when I am done, like, when I play a bad one of them, I will never go back to the series. I might one day, but I just refuse to go back. Assassin's Creed, I stopped at 2. I know people liked 2. That's why I played 2. Because people were like, oh man, 2 is so good. And I'm like, okay, I'll play Assassin's Creed 2. And I hated it. And I was like, well, I don't want to play this series anymore. And I mean, you'd be like, yeah, but Black Flag was great. And I'm like, I know of Black Flag, and I kind of want to play it, but at the same time, I don't trust you, Assassin's Creed. I don't trust you at all. That was Black Flag. That was 4, I believe. In fact, Black Flag wasn't even 4. It was just its own thing. Okay, so we need limestone, which we do make. Wait. Where? People love Black Flag. I know they did, but I don't trust it. I can't trust it. Okay, so what we're planning to do here is we're going to get this copper train, and we're going to get it to go over here. I don't think we need the quartz anytime soon. And we're going to pull all this up. We're going to leave the coal station. We're going to leave the stations because it's going to be important so we can just feed things properly in a moment. Yeah, I know people love Black Flag, and I know people like the pirates and that sort of thing, but it's just like, I've been burned, man. I don't want to do it again, you know? I just don't want to do it again. I've been burnt. I've been hurt, you know? They hurt my feelings, my heart. Go solve the Stargate. Sorry, I just saw that message. Some people like Anthem. Yeah, well, I mean, some people like being hurt, I guess, is what the point we're trying to take away from this is. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to disassemble all of this. This is going to be a right pain, but we're going to do it anyway. Except the chest. The chest... Oh, God, the chest's going to be a problem. No, you know what? We've got to do this. This is how we're going to make cobalt. There's a lot of things going wrong here, but that's okay. We'll work through it together. Remote power station for bauxite. I'm going to expand my power network all the way. One thing I was testing is just how far the advanced big power goes. Because I want to make cobalt. And the best way to do that is to rip up all the power. Rip up everything. That is true. There has to be a train all the way. Use Arco Link and build your new base at Stargate. That's actually not a bad idea. A weird idea, but it's not a bad idea. Yeah, so, okay, let's explain cobalt, because that's actually a valid question. So, cobalt is made by copper ore, carbon, limestone, hydrogen. Those three are easy to do. And that'll make us more copper plate and cobalt ore, oxide, which is what we need. Right? Now, because of that, we're going to be making more effective copper with this other stuff, so we might as well pull up everything and then just get it done. So that's why we're pulling up everything. And quite frankly, this needs to be modernized anyway, so we might as well just pull apart everything. I will still need coal because I need carbon, and that's coal and water. I forgot about the water. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We've got a water train. We've got a water train. I mean, it's true, we do, but it doesn't make me feel better. Okay, so... where do we start? That's true. I believe you can do that. I believe in Veldek as well. Nope. What I need is copper plate with friends. Now we need carbon and limestone. Okay, so the way this is going to work is copper gets its own line. Carbon and limestone share a line. Okay. And you know, friends who share lines together stay together. What am I talking about? I don't know. That was remarkably easy to get him to change his mind on that. I'm not complaining, of course, but it was remarkably. Okay, so now we need to figure some shit out. What do we need? We need... I'm not worried about cobalt plate right now. We can do that elsewhere. Rain and water to make hydrogen. Well, we've got a hydrogen train. That's not a problem. Oh, we could do. We could electrolyze the water. Oh yeah, electrolyze the water here. Then we only need one train, the water train. But then it takes up more space. But two trains takes up more space than this, so why am I complaining? Yeah, okay, I agree with that. So we need two trains. Wait, no, because we need the carbon as well. Bleh. So that's not a train. One train for the coal, one train for the limestone, one train for the water. So we need 3 trains in, 1 train out. So we need 4 train stations. Gross. I still think we're okay with that. I still think we're okay with this, but not in the way that it was done before. And then... 2 trains out, unless it's belting out the cobalt. We're belting out the cobalt to the north. So the cobalt's going to be made here. Good point, though, Whiskers. I didn't mention that, so thank you for keeping me honest on that one. SeiferKatt sometimes needs to be kept honest. Otherwise, he's a liar. That's a well-known fact, by the way. And then that goes the up one. That's the up one. Okay, the up one's easy to get to. Okay, great. That goes up. And can we turn this around to be going the correct way, please? Not easily. Okay, wonderful. So that's a third train. How many trains we need? 4, right? Yeah, well, that's actually pretty easy from here because then you just do that. Boop, 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 boop. Great. Yeah. I think that's in the wrong place now, though. We'll just do it up here. That works. Stop, stop! Why is he hurting the factory? I don't know, Billy. He's a monster, I think. Okay. Have we got things around the wrong way? Looks a lot like we got things around the wrong way, doesn't it? Oh, we do. Oh, we've got a lot of things around the wrong way. Yikes. That needs to connect into there. And that is connecting to there. Okay, we good now? We good? We're good. Phew! Trains have factories have feelings too. They absolutely do. Enjoy a team meeting. Don't suggest anything too stupid. Like I normally do in my team meetings. They're used to it by now. I don't know why or how, but they are. Okay, good, good, good. Look at that. That's a work of a genius. Or a madman. Or a mad genius. Probably just insane. Okay. We got around the wrong way again. Seriously? I go that way. That way. Train come this way. Do train go out this way? Do. What have I broken? Train come in. Oh, wait, hang on. What? Oh, those you go the other way. Okay, that does make sense now. Yep, got it. Thank you. Much appreciated. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. You just do it that, and it works. There we go. Look at that. In fact, that's going to be even faster unloading and loading. So you know what? That's fine. That's what you want to see. And also, I've just picked up my thing, which I didn't want to do. Oh, that's fine too. Offset by 1. It's fine. It's fine. We'll live. On the basis that I refuse to care anymore. Oh, you've got those little shitty wooden poles. Oh, how good. Uh-oh, he's getting spiteful. That's never a good sign. Alright, we're going to limit the trains by 1 as well here. Okay, now. can be the water train. Now I'm going to do a thing that people don't like, but you know what? Now I'm going to do the thing people don't like. See, what do people ever do that people do like? That's the real question. Not much. I've also run out of red wires. Could have done that better. What are you doing? What are you buying? What are you selling? Water. Okay. Let's chuck these down so that way they're not on my inventory and I feel happier. I feel happier. Okay, so I need more red wires. And I think we can't make more red wires without insulated wire. Water. We need rubber and we need tinned copper wire. Okay, well that's fine too. So yeah, you just live there. You can just chill there. You're not doing anything. You're not causing no harm. You ain't hurting nobody. Hey, look, it works fine. This is, you may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. That arm is faster than everything else. And everyone's like, oh, that's the arm that's in the wrong place. Yeah, well then why is it so efficient? Hey? Exactly. I could make them all efficient, but then it loses its charm. Okay. They can do, yeah, you can offset them and change positions and stuff. We need rubber. Okay, let's get a train. Ride, take a train. London, go to Spain. Train from Amsterdam to Monaco. Take a loved one if you think. Enjoy things that stink. Because everything is different over there. For a largely European audience, this song is not a good one to be singing, I just realized. You really can. You really can do some crazy ass shit with it. So if you want to optimize, you'd be better off going, like doing a 90-degree turn. Like, so if you look at your keyboard, 8 to 2 is normally how your inserters work, going from north to south. But what you could do is from 7 to 1. So rather than doing 180 degrees, we're going to do 90 degrees. And that would do a lot faster turnover. And that would work, because you could do that. So it would basically double the throughput of inserters. So yeah, you could absolutely do that. You could probably even do a little bit better than that. But probably, yeah, you could probably do even less than that if you change the whereabout the offset is. Long range 6 to 9. Oh, that is good. Yeah. Because then it's just like that, isn't it? Oh, gotta be careful with that arm. I just realized that's not a good thing to do. Okay. Anyway, I've been cancelled again. Fair enough. SeiferKatt, not a Nazi, okay? If anyone asks. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yep. Okay, so why am I here? I wanted rubber. Do we even have rubber? Do I have rubber over here? I feel like I have rubber over here. I feel like I had rubber over here. Yeah, context is very important on that one. I mean, generally though, SeiferKatt not a Nazi is probably a decent statement to make. Oh. Well, I could have chosen a worse day for that. I don't know how I could have chosen a worse day for that, but I could have. SeiferKatt is not a Nazi and does not condone Nazis. Nazis are bad. The only thing Nazis are good for is being in video games where you shoot people and not feel bad about it. That's alright, someone's probably got the stream muted, and they're like, "Oh, no." He did say he was a straight cis white dude. This makes sense. I'm kidding, of course. I'm not saying all cis straight white dudes are Nazis. But anyway, we're getting into that weird zone where I should just shut the hell up again. It happens a lot. Okay, let's just go grab some rubber. That's fine.
Thanks for your support.
Oh, J-Mort, thank you so much. Thank you for the cheer. Really appreciate it. Very shiny. I probably should have grabbed some tinned wire before I did that. Now I just got all these tinned wires after you made. Yeah, I know, right? I was trying to think of like what a good thank. Oh, I've watched 2 betas live. I would gladly take those way overpriced bits. Thank you so much. It's appreciated. Overwatch 2 beta is live. I don't know if I'm going to play Overwatch 2. I really loved Overwatch 1. It does depend though if my friends group are playing it. Like I'm saying, like I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to play Overwatch 2, he says. If my friends get into it though, I will be there because I am an absolute sucker. I just loved Overwatch 1. It was such a fun game. But yeah, I don't know if I want to get sucked into that one again. Okay, so let's go back to our build of Cobalt. So unfortunately, as I said, we're not going to be doing aluminium, but we did way too much combat last session, and I don't want to do combat again this session. Did I hear about Twitch changing the split with creators? I did not. What's changing on with that one? That's funny. Hey, don't judge. I'll suck what I want to, thank you very much. By that way, I mean buying video games. And playing video games. 10% to 50%? I already thought that's what it was, honestly. You know what? I'm going to go ask her that question. This should be fun. First off, let's figure out why that's not working. That shouldn't be there. Okay, I'll go ask. Alright, I got a response on that one. Make sure I've got audio back. I do. She has no opinion. And then I told her that you can make aluminium out of it. She's like, okay, I still have no opinion. I'm like, you don't like aluminium? And then so I don't know who she is anymore. How does someone not love aluminium? I don't know. As I said, I thought it was already kind of like that, but that's okay. I personally never got into this for the money. I got into it because I wanted to play video games and have an excuse to do it. And hang out with people. If people want to donate or cheer, that's awesome and I appreciate it, but I don't have to. We're just all having fun here. That's honestly what I really enjoy. Just hanging out with people. Okay, so that's going to be water. We're going to electrolyze it on site. It mostly hurts small streamers. Yeah, I'm sure it does. And, I'm a small streamer. Oh no, I said streamer again. Thought I was going to stop doing that. Well, the larger streamers probably have, like, deals or, like, contracts or something. Whereas small streamers don't. And I mean, I understand where they're kind of coming from, because it's like, they're spending the same amount of bandwidth, more or less, on me streaming my shit than if, you know, I don't know. I get it. Doesn't bother me though. If that's the thing that makes people go, I don't want to support, I fully respect that. Live streamers get their income from sponsors and ads. Oh, good for them. Okay, we need limestone now, like a limestone cowboy, as that song says. It doesn't say that, but it should. Okay. Just gonna change that around a bit. But I mean, yeah, that's always the way of things, right? People are like, nothing ever gets better on the internet. I reckon everything just seems to just get slightly worse every few months. It's okay. I mean, me complaining about it, unfortunately, is not really going to do a damn thing anyway. So, limestone cowboy. We got limestone, we got cowboy. Great. So limestone carbon. Copper gets its own line. Yes, it does. Good little copper. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I suppose we probably need to power that. And I suppose we need to red circuit it. $500. Why 500? Yeah, why not? I never really have a reason why I do 500, but I do at 500 anyway. Then we want to electrolyze. Well, first off, we want to... How do we make charcoal or carbon in one of these cute little furnaces? Okay, well, let's get some cute little furnaces. We also do need to fuel that train, which is easy enough because we just do that. And you know what? You might as well do that. Right. Good job. I mean, I guess those changes are really rough for people who are wanting to like make a career out of Twitch. But I mean, admirable goal, but yikes, I don't know what it is. I mean, sure, I think I would love to do it, but I don't have any delusions that it's possible. I've been already worn down by the man. Society has already got me beat. God, so dramatic. I was gonna say, can you believe it? Yeah, but yeah, you probably could. Okay. Yeah, didn't get hit by a train. Good job, good job. Very proud of myself there. Oh, I see. So Makes quite a bit. Get out of the way, please. What power do you? What power? Ooh, I think you're so tough. Not tough. Okay, so that's most of what we want. Now we just need the hydrogen, which we are just going to electrolyze. I don't think we need much hydrogen. It's tough. What? Me or the carbon? Oh, I've got to have purified water. I've got to distill it. What does that need? Iron and glass. Well, glass is easy. Iron we don't have right now. Can we grab iron from somewhere real close? Is that iron? I think it's tin. The ring. Oh man, I don't know what ring you're talking about. Oh, Elden Ring. Of course, of course. Elden Ring's going good, man. So I told you I went into Raya Lucaria, or the academy, or whatever you want to call it. I messed around there for a while. I haven't finished that. Then I wandered down south. I've now got pyromancy. Like I started doing a little bit of a faith thing, which is fun. I like burning things. There's a tree monster. I set it on fire. I enjoyed that significantly. Because tree monsters, you know, they know what they're doing. They deserve to be set on fire. Okay, we need some iron. But yeah, we're making steady progress. Making a little bit of progress every day. That's what you need, right? It's not super fast progress, but it's alright. We fought... What did we fight? We fought a tough guy. I don't know what his deal was. Don't make progress every day. Wow. I don't know what I know. Just say, yeah, no, and just leave it there. That's fair. Yeah, coming home from work tired would make progress a little bit difficult. Okay, so where's my iron? It's gotta be close. And a distillery, which turns water into pure water, which is kind of funny because it's the thing I don't really need that often. But I guess I need it this time. And then we're just going to burn the oxygen off. And with that, we should have everything we... Aside from, you know, it being powered and all that. Okay, let's do that. Donk, 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 donk. I think that's cute, but no. Okay. Then if we put a substation here and just be like an absolute, you know, freak of nature god at Factoria. Sorry, I was there just like hyping myself up for no real reason, and I'm like, what am I on about? Freak of nature, god of Factorio, that's who I am. You know, it's about time I admit to it. That is a joke, of course, but freak of nature, maybe. We've got 81 million copper here. I don't think it's a problem. But what we might do... That's not even connected. That's not going to help anyone, is it? Okay, the copper is coming. Huzzah! Yeah, Fatalio, Fatagen. Yeah. I can never remember what that means. Really super useful phrase and common phrasing, but... Still like it. Still enjoy some Cthulhu mythos. Okay, Cobalt. Cobalt goes this way. Now we're going to get Cobalt, we're going to get Copper. Oh, I know. I am well aware Factoria replaced Cthulhu in that sentence, don't worry. No, I'm aware of that one, thank you. Lovecraft was racist, he absolutely was. I am never going to say otherwise, and nor am I going to say, well, he was a product of his time, because no, he was a special type of racist, that man. Don the mask, we can absolutely don the mask in just a moment. Probably true, honestly. Where is the mask? There it is. Probably very true. They say he mellowed out a little bit before he died, but I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't really studied him too much. But anyway, we've got the mask on now. As is tradition, you've got to wear the mask when you're told to wear the mask. Otherwise, what would I be doing? Wouldn't be wearing the mask, that's the thing. This is actually pretty cursed belting right now. I would do something about it, except for I'm not gonna. That's also wrong. Not have that going straight through there, please. Oh, we're doing what the shirt. What the shirt. I love the delaying it. All right. Oh, ding ding. Ding ding. Why is it going to ding? Oh, I know what it's done. It's doing the gifts again. It's pinging it again. No, stop. Stop. Oh, no. All right, okay, I'm scared. Do we go back and it's going to start doing it again? Right. Yeah, it's still kind of doing that. It might just be... We're just going to get it with hearts. That's just how it's going to be. Okay. Shit. Hang on. I got a plan. Let me get that go away for a second. Great. Alright, today on What the Shirt, sorry about that, it took a while to get to. We've got like a tree with some water on it. It's just a nice spiritual tree with some like charms around it. I don't really know what's up with this shirt. Animated shirt. Little bit, yeah. Anyway, that's what we've got today. So shirt. Alright. So that's a nice tree. What's happening? It's What the Shirt, man. It's everyone's favorite section of the stream, I think. Actually, let's go back here. Sorry. Let's turn that back on again. Okay, go away. Stop. Anyway. What the Shirt. Yeah, it's just a cool tree that I got the shirt by mistake. Not by mistake, by accident. I don't know what it was. It just the shirt arrived one day and I was like, "Oh, hello shirt. Welcome. Welcome to my wardrobe." If you haven't seen a duplicate, there's been duplicates. There has been duplicates on What the Shirt. I don't have an infinite number of shirts, not yet anyway, working on it. But yeah, so it is a cool shirt, yeah. So What the Shirt is just like I really like t-shirts, and that's why my wife buys me t-shirts, because she knows I like them, and she's awesome that way. She's awesome in many ways, actually, but that's the way I'm going to talk about right now. But yeah, so I really like t-shirts, and I sort of wanted to show them off to people, because otherwise, yeah, I'm not. And I like to show off my shirts, if you know what I mean. I'm actually just showing off my muscles when I do what the shirt. I'm like, ooh, check out my muscles. I'm not doing that. I don't work out, obviously. I mean, hang on. Let's just do that real quick. I mean, does this look like I work out? No, I don't. I would lose to a baby in an arm wrestling contest, and then that baby would laugh at me. Just how life would be. All right, so sorry, that was one of those moments where I listened to what I said again, and I was like, "What the hell am I on about?" Anyway. Cobalt is not used for anything, so what we need is iron plates and sulfuric acid and a train out. So we need 2 trains in, 1 train out here. Okay. Yeah, not buff at all, unfortunately. I say unfortunately, I don't really mind. Like, if I cared, I would probably work out, but I don't care. So I don't work out. It all works out in the end. Haha. What we could do is we could basically do this again. And then, so that's my train line of just the trains that aren't going up there, which honestly is probably a good idea to have anyway, no matter how you see it. And then we do this train line coming down. Kind of negates the going back on that line, but that's okay. I don't really care too much. Okay. And we'll put a chain signal. Okay. Time to figure out what the hell we're doing with trains to make cobalt plating. Not cobalt plating, that's a different thing. Cobalt plating. Yep. Curdle mech. Just general kobold bullshit. I do like kobolds. Our DM is a huge fan of kobolds. If I didn't know better, I think when we were fighting kobolds with like carrying like scorpions on sticks, I think I would just be like, I think he's just chosen to do this on his own. He might have. Every now and then he's just like, nope, need to have kobolds. That's fine. Sometimes in life you gotta have a kobold. I understand that. I respect that even. Yep. Which saying yip like that makes it sound like I'm just being like Aang from Last Airbender. Not the movie, obvs. Because I believe the general consensus, the less said about that movie, the better. And I think we'll hold to that. Okie dokie. Iron. Nice. Good start. I like the start. The start's good. Don't have a good start, you don't get a good finish. That's probably true. What? Oh, that doesn't need to be there. Get out of here. Awesome. Okay. Good. Now, this unfortunately will still not give us brass, so I don't really know why we're spending all this time on this, but that's the point of today, to just make a bunch of resources we didn't have access to before. Wait, we need sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid probably makes more sense there, because liquids are easier to move. I was gonna say my exoskeleton doesn't seem like it's moving me that fast, but it actually is. It's a decent improvement. Okay. Acid. Gotta eat it. It's good eating that acid. That's probably wrong. I mean, there's a few things wrong with what I just said there. First off, don't eat acid. Hurt you. Secondly, about it actually, don't eat acid, it'll hurt you. Really what I want you to take away from today's stream. If you take away anything from the stream, it's don't eat or drink acid, it will hurt you. But of course, I'm not your mother or your father. I'm not your parental unit of choice. How about that? You like that? Me. LSD isn't good eating. Well, I don't know about LSD. I guess some people like it. I wouldn't recommend it. Then again, I don't know. I've never used drugs of any sort. You know, before someone goes, well, actually, chocolate is sugar's kind of a drug. I like how I'm actuallying myself just to get in there before anyone else does. You gotta do it, right? You don't gotta do it. Okay, well, I think because we're needing zinc next, we're going to zinc about going up there. One day I'll stop making that joke. That day will be the day I don't care about zinc. And I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Stop! Shane Watson? I don't think so. I think it's called Iron Drop. I'm a little worried about the iron. I'm a little bit worried about the coal. Okay. Both of those are easily obtained further up. There's a lot of iron there. I mean, 203 million iron. That'll not... I mean, just in this space alone, there's like 1.5 billion iron. That's fine. Coal... I mean, there's literally 1.1 billion coal there and another 1 billion coal there. So we don't have a problem with that. Okay, so now what we want to do is make cobalt plate, which is relatively easy. This might be a problem later, just so everyone knows. The fact that cobalt is relying on copper and vice versa. No, I don't want to. I'm sorry, Sir JMO. I don't feel like it. Seems like it trivializes it to some degree, and I just kind of like having lots of miners. No, I'm not going to, and I would suggest stop demanding I do things. That's what I call my business, a subtle warning. We could actually... No, let's have it go up here, because it doesn't really matter. That's, this is big miners. I mean, this mod does have bigger miners as well. Like, it does have, extended range miners. Which I could build the basics of them. That's fine. I'm not doing it. I'm kind of just not doing it on a principle, Wes, just so you know. Yeah, I was planning on doing that. I was just gonna keep building the better ones as I can. Not that it's really required because I just don't have the throughput yet, but one day I might do one more. I know. Anyway, so that's cobalt plates. Now, cobalt plates are great because they're useful for absolutely nothing. Oh, don't worry, if he continues on this, the next thing will be a timeout. I'm getting kind of frustrated by it, to be honest. Okay. There are. I mean, there's the bots, there's the worker ones, there's a lot of things, but I'm just playing my bobs. Playing my bobs! You know it's good because Bob Mod kind of rhymes. It doesn't actually, but it's Bob Mod. It just sounds like something a peon would say. Bob Mod. You know, from the old Warcraft. Metal mixing. Oh, hell yeah, this is absolute metal mixing it all. Ah, this metal mixing is so metal. Guess what you do is that, and then we make cobalt steel, which is super useful. I think cobalt steel, total annihilation miners. Tell me more about total annihilation miners, because let me just say, it's got a cool name. Oh yeah, yeah, we definitely need these. We definitely need these because these are needed for the express belts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In this in that line, Steve got very excited about cobalt, like possibly not in a good. Nuclear mining. Please tell me it mines with nuclear explosions and turns your frames to nothing. Oh, that'd be the best. Kaboom, patch mine. Total Annihilation was a good game. Another game I quite liked was Supreme Commander. Like, it was very much in the same vein. There was another game that came out a little bit later, that I was kind of like, it was supposed to be the spiritual successor of those sorts of games, and it was like multi-planet, but ugh, did not care for it. I wanted to care for it, but I did not care for it. Total Annihilation was a good game. I don't think anyone's going to question that. Maybe someone will question that. But then you just go back and question them. Bam. A lot of questions being raised then. Warzone 2100. Have not played that one. Not aware of that one. There's a lot of games. When you start going nostalgia, when you start going for nostalgia, there's a lot of games you can talk about. And I kind of love that. There's a lot of games in history. And it's kind of awesome. It's kind of like one of these awesome things about video gaming that it's just like you can spend a long time talking about games that people have never heard of. I should know that. I do it a lot on the stream. Okay, we are about to run out of miners. We are out of miners. Oh, we saw it coming, didn't we? That's something. Now we've left a lot of extra space, so if we need a lot more cobalt, we can get it later. Original XCOM. Well, Original XCOM is a game that is... I liked Original XCOM, but I don't know if I could ever go back and playing it again. I think XCOM was a product of its time, and I think it was great for that time, but there is a lot of things that just make that game really clunky. But I am going to talk about XCOM for a second because it's been brought up now, and I really love what happened with the difficulty. Now, this is probably a pretty well-known story, so I apologize if I'm about to tell you something you already know about, but the original XCOM was hard. Well, it wasn't that hard. It was okay. In fact, some people were saying it was too damn easy, that they were playing it on the extra hard level, the very hardest level, and it was still too easy. And so the developers went, oh geez, really? On easy, it's too easy? Well, we'll make it harder then. We'll make the whole game harder. So they did. You know, just because they wanted to make the fans happy. Also, they fixed a bug. And this is the problem they made. They fixed a bug because after the first mission you played, the difficulty would automatically reset back to easy mode. Okay? So, think about that for a second. They had players complained the game was too easy, and there was a bug that would automatically default the game to easy. So what people were actually doing is playing it on the very hard difficulty, playing the first mission, probably struggling a little bit there, but, you know, whatever, they got through it. And then the game would set back to easy, so they'd be like, oh man, this game's not very hard. But they fixed that bug and made the game harder. So what was before medium difficulty is now like very hard, and very hard is what the is this game? So you had things like a base assault would require like 2 levels, and you would lose most of your soldiers on the first level. So you'd have like 20 or 40 or 30 guys go into this mission, you know, and lobstermen. God, those damn lobstermen. Terror from the Deep. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's called. And it was just so hard. But you would go into the alien base, and what would happen? How do I? Wait. You'd go into the alien base, and your men would be mind controlled. And what they would do when they're mind controlled is they would drop what was in their offhand. So what the best strategy was to do. What am I doing? Sorry. Give me a second. I'll do this, and then I will start talking again. What the best strategy to do was to have all your soldiers hold a primed grenade in their left hand. So that way, when they inevitably got mind controlled, they would drop the grenade on their left hand, and then they would blow themselves up. And this was regarded as a better alternative than not doing that. It was hard. It was a very, very, very hard game, and the fact that they didn't realize what the two bugs, or the bug and the difficulty were the same thing, is kind of a really funny problem. I mean, I can see it. I can see how you could make that mistake. You got 2 different teams, one talking about player satisfaction and one fixing bugs, and if the other team doesn't talk about it, because why would they? You just don't know that it happened. It's just a funny oopsies moment. And funny oopsies moments happen all the time. Alright. Full cargo, empty cargo. Let's go. For Factorio or for the original XCOM? Speaking of the original XCOM, I've been thinking about picking up Phoenix Point when it's on sale. I know it's not regarded as great, but I really like XCOM style games. I really like Xenonauts, I really like the UFO series. Not the XCOM series, like the UFO Aftermath, Aftershock and Afterlight. Yeah, well, Factorio definitely. I wasn't aware of mods for the original XCOM. Ah. I wasn't aware there was a huge modding scene for the original XCOM. I assume you're talking about XCOM as in UFO Enemy Unknown, or whatever the hell it's called. Ah, Open XCOM, right, that would do it. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah, that's why I assumed. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to get double the amount of train parts we normally get. How many train lines do we normally build up to? 2,000? Can we take that up to 3,000? Thanks. The original XCOM was a much larger group. So the Firaxis XCOM game had like squads of about, at most, I think 6 or 7. The original XCOM was more like started at like 16 and went up to about 40. Oh, really? I wasn't aware they'd done anything with a loader. I don't know about that. And honestly, I think we want extra 100 electric poles as well, because what we're going to do is we're going to start building towards that zinc. Now, it's not so far. I've lost it again. I don't know where it is again. Up there. Yeah, a lot of soldiers died in the original XCOM. It was pretty good. Ah, that's not great. Understatement of the year, perhaps. We good? Oh, no, we're not good there at all. It looks like things have broken. Looks like someone's messed up their train signals. I'm really excited about the Marvel, what is it, Midnight Suns or Midnight Sun? I mean, I know it's not an XCOM game, but I really like Marvel, and it's Firaxis, and it's the same team, and I just hope that it's a good game. Really hope it's good. Original XCOM accuracy is so funny. The best way to like not shoot your own soldiers is to aim for them. The number of soldiers that died to friendly fire in the original XCOM, and consider these were meant to be the best of the best. They were just bloody idiots. That's what they were. Oh, we've got a shortage of hydrogen. You know what? Maybe what we'll do. We have stuff for a valve? Oh, because we threw it all away. Gonna go. I'm trying not to sneeze, but I'm also wanting to sneeze pretty badly here. Oh, this is so infuriating. I can't sneeze. I have no nose, but I must sneeze. That's not happening. Oof. Oh no, I was paying. I got scared. I wasn't paying attention for a second, and I wasn't sure what that train was going to do. That's cool. Let's put the cobalt in the cobalt hole. Cobalt in the cobalt hole. Good. I don't think Fallout Tactics was that great, honestly. I don't think that was a fault on your part. I think Fallout Tactics was just not the best way for that game to exist. 1 and 2 were great games. I don't think anyone's questioning that. Uh, Bloody hell. You know what I could do? I need like 2 iron. What am I going to build with that cobalt? Well, eventually what I need to do with the cobalt is I need to turn it into the faster belts. They're also needing aluminium. And I think the belts are needed for logistic science packs. We also need brass chests, which is actually a pretty simple one. We can probably build that on site. Oh god, that one's going to be a pain. Okay. I just need a little bit of iron. Was this faster than calling the iron train? Probably not. I think we'll do all our like grey goo work next time. Yeah, 2 one-way valves. Oh, stop, 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 stop. Overflow valve? They should have been overflow valves. We've got to make another more iron. We made the wrong one. That hurts. Like, not incredibly, but it's just a silly little mistake. At least it doesn't take long to dig iron. So, yeah. So the plan is cobalt's needed for a bunch of tier 3 stuff. Or is it tier 4? I've lost count. This one's going to be a real pain though, because it needs a bunch of things. And it's needed for science, and I do not want to try and collect all those things for science. So I might do a train that leaves from the bus and does that. I don't know. The thought. I don't know how I feel about it, but sometimes you got to have thoughts. So we're going to change how this works. First off, overflow valve here is going to go to the vent. And then overflow valve this way works a very different way. Because we've got all this delicious gases that we can use making train fuel, aka rocket fuel, but for trains. I don't think we needed oxygen at this stage, but that's okay. Hydrogen, on the other hand, we do need. That works. An easy way we can get hydrogen. Yeah, from there. And we'll take some pumps and make them do this sort of thing. And should we put some radars up? I think we should put some radars up. I think radars are cool. I think everyone likes radars. Like with that, we've got access to that. We're fine now. This is what I was afraid of happening. This is the exact thing I was afraid of happening. Okay, so I was thinking maybe that'll happen eventually. I kind of didn't think it was going to happen, you know, immediately, but that's okay. It happened immediately. It does not. I did check that. It does not do that. It just does not have the range. Let's not try and upset Soulburn. We'd appreciate it if I did it this way. You got to think about Soulburn every now and then. Just to try and make people happy. Huge numbers of boxes. Could do that. Could do that. But eventually, my experience in huge numbers of boxes is you start getting other problems, such as the box becomes too full. We can still do that, actually. But this is going to be the backup. Okay. Output priority is that way. And then input priority this side. Go. Lovely. But we could put some boxes, you're right. Boxes are nice. We could put the boxes here, for instance. Do a 4x4. Yeah. That's the plan. That work? Yeah, that's about right. Priority that side, yeah. So that should now be producing more copper. Yeah, see, copper's looking pretty good now. The point is, it's consuming mostly from this side. This side should be a little bit starved. I know, right? It is a neat mod. I'm sure you can really abuse it. I'm trying to do it in a less cheaty way, but I am abusing a little bit. There's a lot of cheaty things you could do with it. But it does alright for itself. Okay, so copper is sorted. I think it is time to... Oh, and are we using hydrogen? Yeah. Why are we having delays in rocket fuel? Sorry, train fuel. It doesn't really matter, of course. We are lacking hydrazine. Interesting. Why? Are we just not making enough hydrazine? Is that what it really comes down to it as? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, well, let's... Actually, let's look at this real quick. Chemical plant 2s. Can we build those? Yeah, we should be able to build those. Can we build 3s? No, that was too much. Okay. Should have seen that one coming. How many times have I died while you were gone? Did you see the time I was hit by my own train? Yeah, you saw that. 0. I'm way too proud of that. Okie dokie. So the plan here is we're going to start building this train network. This is going to take a little while, but that's okay. Angry Seifer noises. And while we're doing this, we'll also grab some of these alien artifacts, because there are... Oh God, there are so many of them! Killed a lot of aliens. You know what they say, the only good alien's a dead alien. But then I remember that I'm the alien, and then I realize I died. I was thinking about having like some bits sound requests, like bits, because there's only so many things you can have on the sound alert for channel points, so I can't do everything I want to do. I was thinking I should add like the "you died" sound effect from Dark Souls / Elden Ring / just FromSoft, I suppose I should say. I think people will appreciate that, but I might do that as a bits bits thing as opposed to a channel point thing. If I could do them all channel points, I would, but I can't. But if it's something people want to redeem, they can. If they don't want to redeem it, they don't have to. Really, the status of my life. Do what you want. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to pick up alien artifacts when I'm trying to build something. I'd love to build better bots, but I can't until I've got aluminium, which is literally the problem of why we're building this. Kind of a chicken and egg situation right now. Thankfully, our alien artifacts are automatically trashing themselves. Much like a teenager with low self-esteem. That was pretty sad, actually. I'm pretty sad I made that joke, but it is also true, unfortunately. Oh, you know what? That's not fair. It doesn't have to just be a teenager. Anyone can trash themselves with low self-esteem. I hope they don't. But, you know, how self-esteem is sometimes, I suppose. What's my point? I don't know. I don't know what my point is. I'm just saying dumb shit again. Alright. So this is going to be quite a long track that I've got to build. But it was always going to be that way. And it's still going to be longer when we get to aluminium as well. So, yay. And I just am at this point counting on the bots to do nothing of use. That's alright. The bots will get around to it when they get around to it. Thankfully, because my defenses are based on trains rather than by the well, I was going to say by the plasma cannons, but the plasma cannons don't even matter anymore because there ain't no bugs anywhere near them. So I don't think we're going to worry about that. So we'll basically have to go up and down here 3 times. Once for the left side, once for the right side, and then once for the power lines. And then once we're over here, we are pretty good, actually. Okay. That's okay. And good turn. I would hardly say that's a turn for the worst. That wasn't fun. Get rid of that real quick. And the good news is we'll have extra train tracks while we're building this, so that's nice. My goodness, we've got a long way to build. Oh, jeez. Welcome to my calming build stream. Is it a calming stream? I don't know. Can I add a row report to a train and have it lay itself down? Not a bad idea, actually. You know what? For the sake of argument, this is actually available. That's actually a thing we can do. Should we give it a go? I think we should. Well, let's check something real quick. So this is... So it's got a 2x2 grid, which we could just... Yeah, this mod adds equipment to grids to locomotives. Yeah, we... You know what the funny thing is? The best way to do this might be with artillery wagons. Which is confusing, I know, but... drone extenders, this is the question I've got. That's doable. Yeah, look, you know what? Let's give that a go. Because at the very least, I don't want to have to do this multiple times. So maybe this will work. Maybe it won't. We'll learn. So we're going to use artillery trains because they have a larger grid. Oh, actually. If I automate too much, I'm building a mega base. Ah! No. Artillery wagon 2s. We can build those. Do they have a larger grid? 10 by 6. 10 by 4. Oh! Okay, okay. Sorry, that noise was weird, and I apologize to everyone who had to hear that. Okay. So... Wait. But that's... Okay, 10 by 4 is great, except for the fact, where is it going to be getting the parts from? Hmm? Yeah, that's not going to work, because that can't hold things. So... It's got to be from the cargo wagons. Never apologize for Mr. Bean. Ouch. Okay, so how much for that doggy in the window? Max consumption 2 megawatts. Generates not even close to 2 megawatts. Okay. Okay. Next question. Wagon. 8 by 3, 8 by 2. We can make it bigger. Okay. So... And or Black Adder. Not even a... I don't watch... Really... I never really watched Black Adder. It was too British for me. Can we build bigger train? Sorry, bigger locomotive. Gosh. We can. Okay. 2 cars with a row port in each one? Yeah, that might be the answer. So we're going to build a bigger locomotive because I want one and you can't stop me. Yep. Then we're going to build a cargo wagon. And we want 5 of those, I guess. Okay, so that's going to start working on that. We do have Invar coming in, right? Invar? Yeah, we got Invar. Great. Then what we need to worry about... Turn off my personal row report for a second, please. I want these to be dismantled. That'll take some time, don't worry about it. So what I then want is... I think I have some... No, I don't want solar panels anymore. No. I want something better than that. I want fusion power, which somehow is made with just these. I'm not going to question how. And we need roboports. How many of these do we need? We can't build that one. We can build this one. Okay. Okay, so that should be coming in now. Good. Let's just ditch some things that I definitely don't need. Oh, you know what? Actually, if we are building better ones of these, we don't want those anymore. We want these. Rid of these shitty trains. We're upgrading. Rid of those too. Okay, so that's going to be expensive, but I frankly don't care. Do we want batteries? Batteries are probably good, right? I think we all agree batteries are good. Do that. We want probably the second tier of batteries. Probably pretty good. I don't think this is going to be a one-off. I think we're going to use this a few times. If this works, we're going to use this a few times. And we should probably power it as well. Okay, so that's going to give us drones. That's going to give us power. Now, where are we going to put this for now? We're going to put it down here for now. And we need to... Yeah, I really hope this works too. But if it doesn't, it's okay. It's not a lost cause if it doesn't work. You know, because we are learning. And learning is never bad. That's what my teachers told me, but I disagree with them. Okay, we can't request things here. What we can do is just throw that in there and throw 30 construction bots in there. Okay. We want reports. We want do. That's good. Then what we want to do, we can probably stop that actually. Then we probably want a few of these fusion cells. Do. That's going to charge those. There is one more thing we need actually, which is the extenders. Okay. Do. Batteries. Batteries are good. I've heard good things about batteries. Okay. Then we go extenders. How many extenders do we want? I think 4 is correct. So 4 extenders, 4 batteries. Yeah, I like that. Okay, we can stop that now. Can probably stop the other one now. Requested chests, inserters, and filtered carriages. Maybe. We're this deep into this one now, so we're going to see this one all the way through. We don't need more batteries. Stop that, please. You can also stop that. Okay, good. And then how many can you take? You can have 20 robots. Okay, so that was too many robots. You, my good sir, my good trained sir, can also take 20 robots. Good. You'll also take those. Also, I'll give you some of those. I think you'd like those. I'm not using them right now, but you might want them. Okay, so Roboports, how do I know the train's a sir? Because I've knighted it. That's how it works in the Kingdom of Factoria. It's not a gendered term. I understand what you're saying. It's not a gendered term here, okay? It's not a gendered term. It's because it's a gendered term in England, doesn't mean it's a gendered term here. Or Commonwealth, I should say. I'm not in England and we have sirs. Like, you know, there were sirs in Game of Thrones who were a woman. Well, one. Good enough. Okay, how do we feel about this? We ready to give it a go? I know it isn't. Valid. Okay. Oh boy. Now comes the test of truth. Test of truth? Moment of truth. This train's also pretty fast. Oh man, I hope this works. Train's going 367 kilometers per hour. This train does not give a single shit if you're in the way. Okay, slowing down. Enable logistics while moving. Enable logistics while moving? You wanna... You wanna work? No, it's happening. It's happening. It's just slow. I think because I built too much. That's okay. We also toggle my personal wear report. That should... Yeah, okay. What the problem is we've got too much in my build queue right now. That's okay. They're still going to occasionally do something, which... You know... So the problem is the build queue is too full. And that's a common problem that you can run into if you have set up a lot of things to be built. So it's kind of working. It'll work better the more I deal with this. But I mean, it's still something. At the very least, I've still got like a train full of stuff. See, because right now the train should acknowledge, oh wait, there is cliff, I must explode. But the drones haven't figured that out yet. They will get there, they'll figure it out. Eventually. The signal, I forgot to put signals on the train. Yeah, I suppose I did. Well, that's alright. We'll get them next time. Okay, see, hasn't figured it out yet. We're gonna have to do it ourselves. But it's working. It's just not working as well as we'd hoped. But it will work better the more we build. Got 50 in my inventory, yeah. And because the build queue is messed up right now, none of them are being used. Okay. I'm going to say something really stupid. Everyone understands what I mean by the build queue, right? Like, is anyone that doesn't understand? If you say, no, I don't understand, or just no, I will explain what I mean by the build queue. If no one says it, then I won't go into it. You don't understand it? Okay, that's all. That's quite alright, Fuda. Welcome, by the way. So the build queue, there is a bunch of things that the construction bots... yeah, tell anyway. You know, I should have anyway. So the bots are aware of, like, thousands of things that they need to be built. What they do is they've got a long list of things that they want to build, and they will go through the list. And I think they go through about 20 per frame of things they can build, and they go through that list. And when they find something that's actually within their range, they'll build it. But the problem is I've got so many things that haven't been built, namely shit tons of track. It goes through the list. It's looking for this one right now. It's looking for it. It's looking for it. Hasn't found it. Hasn't found it. Hasn't found it. And at some point, it'll find it, and then the drone will launch. Or I've left the drones behind. So right now, the drones should be able to build this, but they haven't found it in the queue because it's too long. And so it's why you don't want to do like a lot of construction all at once with drones, because they do start getting a bit confused. That's about the long and short of it. Am I correct, guys, or have I missed some critical fact? Because it doesn't see it all. That's the problem. See, it's only just now noticed them. Because it doesn't go by range, because it's managing the entire simulation of the game at once. So what it's basically doing is going through the queue and going, can anything do this? No? Okay, can anything do this? No? Can anything do this? No? And it's just going through that. Why doesn't it do that? I'm not a programmer. I don't know. That's just what it does. Unless I'm wrong. But given the fact that no one's immediately said I'm wrong, I think I'm not the worst. Most wrong I've been before. There's probably some, like, absolute subtlety that I'm missing. Seems inefficient. I mean, when you've got a huge mega base, yeah, I can see how that it can get a little bit bad. And I would probably imagine that all the things that I've marked for picking up is probably in the queue as well. But then again, as I said, I'm not a programmer, so I don't really know. I mean, how do you judge, like, what can be picked up, right? Like, when you have a mega base consisting of, like, thousands of roboports, so you notice it's I think it's doing a little bit better now already. What I probably need to do is clean up some of these ghosts. I think we'll get into a better position quite quickly. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a programmer. I don't know if there was a better way to do it or not, given the fact how much this game actually tries to do quite quickly. And I'm not really making apologies either, because hey, look, I'm not a programmer. This game's a million times better than anything I've ever made. And a million times might not be correct, because the most I've ever made was a Space Invaders game that, let's be honest, was inaccurate because that's how it was supposed to be, and oh, disagree. Not a programmer. Is my job? Administration. Putting it simply. Paper pusher. Just putting it simply. Professional streamer. I only stream like what, 16 hours a week. Not a very good job. It doesn't pay well because I'm only streaming 16 hours a week. Actually, it pays alright considering. I'm just playing a video game. Yeah, see, now that I put that down, the bots are immediately like, oh, okay, yeah, we can do that. The bots are being a little bit more helpful now. So yes, it is working, but I think it could work better. I think if we cleared out some of the ghosts that we've got like lying around the base, we could probably get more efficiencies out of this. That's alright. What I might do is just keep walking it. Doing it barefoot. Because we've got a lot of ghosts around the base, and some of them are probably like the alien artifacts I wanted picked up, and that was probably a bad idea in hindsight. More speed on the bots, and the signals are also ghosts. Well, I can't get more speed on the bots, that's the problem. It requires aluminium. Ah, fuck my life. Anyway, look, we've learned some things. I think it's good for now. I think it'll get better when we have better bots. Yeah. Odd. Right, one step at a time. Rome wasn't drunk in a day. I like Rome, but I couldn't drink a whole one. Okay. But the important thing is we are still moving, right? This is kind of be what the goal is. It's not about moving fast. We're not speed runners. We are just getting it done. And that's okay. Sometimes I wonder if I should be a speedrunner, but I don't know what a speedrun. It'd be something stupid, I know that. I was kind of hoping Orb of Creation would have an end game, so then I'd speedrun Orb of Creation. I was actually kind of thinking that, but I'm not sure what the end game for that would be, so never mind. We're not speedrunning Orb of Creation. As I said, if I'm going to speedrun something, it's going to be stupid. Goodness gracious. How's my head work? I don't know if it does. Someone said to me today, like I was talking about a project that I was working on, and I've been working on it for years, because it's a never-ending project, and that's fine. Keeps you on a job. And they're like, oh, you know, this is a passion of yours, so I know you know a lot about it. And I said to them, look, at this point, I don't know if it's a passion or a mental illness. And on hindsight, I probably shouldn't have said that, but I did. And then they apologized, so I don't think they realized it was a joke. There's research in the dev says they need more dev time. Yeah, I saw that one. I got that one. That's fun. I think that's really cute. They're just like, what do you need for this? To wait. I'm like, yeah, fair enough. I can wait. Look, I got more than enough games to play without a incremental game consuming my life. Where are my bots? Oh, okay. I see why nothing's being built. My bots are lost. Awkward. Still, if I knew how to speedrun Orb of Creation, if there was like a point to speedrunning, maybe I'd look into that. The artifacts part of the build queue. I think only the ones that I marked for like picking up, which means some of them, yeah, because I thought I'll just get them all picked up by the bots. So yeah, a little bit. I don't know where those ones are. It's kind of a... We've made some mistakes, okay? That's alright, we'll get through it. Point is, we're almost at the zinc. And then we have to probably do about the same amount of building to get to aluminium, but that is not today's problem. We can worry about that another day. I don't like the alien artifacts being there. It almost feels a little bit like, oh gosh, the game where you, like, water blast things. What is it called? Power Washer Simulator? It's like cleaning it up. I've been playing a lot of Power Washer Simulator lately. I don't know why. I've just been enjoying myself. There's something just cathartic, I think, about just going, oh, this is messy. And then just, and then it's not. It's just kind of cathartic. Hey, thanks for coming, Whiskers. Really appreciate you being here. Take care. Good night. I'm probably going to be hanging out for another half hour or so. Well, that's the plan anyway, unless something makes me mad and causes me to rage quit. I don't see that happening, though. Oh, thank you for the lurk. I really should do a lurk message. You know what? Put that on the thing as well. Lurk message. She hasn't said that, but I think she suspected that. But, you know, each their own. A few things probably do need spraying down, honestly. Yeah, we're almost got the ghost all the way to the zinc. I wonder if they actually finished building what was around them. They did, not quite. A lot of ghosts. A lot of ghosts. So my note of things to do for the stream is rimshot lurk, which is just confusing. One of those things that if you see someone's like notes on their desk, and you, what? Alright, the notes are for me. It was from him, the notes were from me. I always love like little controversies and like communities that if you're not aware of the community, the controversy you just never hear of. But in the community, the controversy is just like the biggest thing. I was just thinking of like a controversy for a card game that I used to play, Warhammer Conquest. By the way, it was a wonderful like card game. Wonderful Warhammer card game. 40k obviously. I don't know why I say obviously, like why is that so obvious? But just someone was cheating and then they were basically posting on a ghost account of like someone was supporting them. Like, no, this guy's a great person. He would never cheat. And then he forgot to change accounts. So it was very clearly the same guy. The only person who was supporting him, because everyone could see that he was cheating. The only person that was supporting him was actually him. And then he was like, no, this wasn't from. This was from him. He was anxious, so I was posting on my account things he was talking to me about. And it's like, bro, that's not real. What is this YouTube link? I probably shouldn't just click on The Simpsons Yardwork Simulator. Oh god, I remember this clip. Is this the one I'm thinking? I don't want to click play. No, I don't want to play. Stop. Bad YouTube. I'm not playing that. It just immediately plays audio. None of that, please. Stop. Bad. And I want some fried sugar. You know, I want some fried sugar. Can you even fry sugar? I've never really considered such, you know, dark deeds, but I suppose you could. Okay. It caramelizes. Oh, of course it does. Oh no, I've accidentally picked up train track when meaning to cut down trees. Oh, it's all over now. It's all ogre. Okay. Just put that back. If only I had personal bots. I do! They're just down there. Let me tell you that the end goal for this, the end goal for construction bots, let me just tell you this now. Fusion powered construction bots. That's where we're going to end. Okay? That's where we're going to end. Because these bots do not need power. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I acknowledge my fault as a human being. That's alright. Go down and get them now, shall we? Or use the train bots. The train bots are slow. And it's really hard to build like that. To be fair, the train bots still haven't even finished what they were doing. They're still stuck there. So I'm not sure that's my fault. It's all your fault. Well, I mean, it's not untrue. Unfortunately, that's the best excuse I've got. Just meh. I guess that's not untrue. That's my defense. Gonna hold up in court too. Meh. That's not untrue. Oh man, I didn't want to pick that up. That's alright, we are slowly moving in the direction we need to go in life. That's it, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Think they ever said that when making the game Marathon? They were like, hey, should we do a sprint? It's like, nah, we'll do a marathon. I never played Marathon. I'm sure that joke's nowhere in it. But I don't know. I didn't have, what, an Apple? Marathon was an Apple game, right? And I remember when, like, how angry Apple fans were when Bungie got sold to Microsoft, and they're like, it's an Xbox exclusive game now. Alright, you take care, Evil Player. Thanks for coming by. Guys! Hey, Drones! How you doing? I got them now. Yeah, Apple fans were really angry when Bungie sold to Microsoft. It was like, wait, that's meant to be our game. Like, why did you do this? And Bungie is probably like, and reasonably, for the money. There's nothing wrong about a company doing work, doing things for money. Money is important, I understand, for companies. It's very easy to forget that when, you know, in like playing video games, because we always think of them as sort of as a passion project, but they haven't been passion projects for years. They're too expensive to be, you know, except I guess the indie scene, but for like large companies, passion projects died a long time ago. And every time a passion project comes, is it a passion project or a mental illness? Oh, going back there, are we? I run too fast for the bots. I need faster bots. I know it's been said, and we're working on it, but a lot of alien artifacts, though. At some point, we are going to need to farm alien artifacts, I think. Because, I mean, we are like more than 50% to the space extension. Which, by the way, if you haven't contributed to that, please do. That will ensure that this game, this scenario goes for far longer than I really want it to. We're at a train track. No, we're not. Well, I mean, I suppose the train itself has some train track. You know what? Not the end of the world. Let's make a train track for myself. You know what we might do? Let's chuck some of these down, some of those down. Must save your points to ask panda questions. It's valid. I'll ask some questions to be asked. Always so perplexed by your questions, Dave. As I said, ask her questions about books. She'll be able to answer about books. Heck, you probably even get her in chat if you're asking questions about books. That's her thing. She loves to read. She reads a lot. Typically when I'm streaming, she's reading. Or listening to audiobooks while playing like some game that she's played a million times. You know, she's happy, and that's what matters. Everyone gotta be happy doing their own thing. Click faster! Oh, are we done? No, crap. Click. Oh, there's a tree in the way. Get out of the way, tree. I probably just left some bots behind, didn't I? Oh, yeah, all of them. Okay, well, shit. Yeah. I mean, there's two types of questions with those. One is ask Panda a question that's mocking Seif, which is a common one. The other one is ask Panda a weird question that's going to confuse her. Balloons? I like balloons. How many of them? 99? What color are they? Depends. German version, they didn't have a color. Apparently. I could be wrong on that. Could just be hearsay on that one. Start asking her homework questions. Look, again, ask her homework questions about books, she'll be in. Ask her homework questions about math, she's just not okay with that. She's not a math fan. She's not a fan of math. Which is okay. Everyone has their like strengths and weaknesses. I mean, she's long since out of school, so you know, so say we all. She's not doing math. She has a calculator. The calculator will do the maths for her. Whereas me, you give me a maths problem and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll look at this. I'm not great at math, but I'll certainly give it a go. Okay, good news. We are almost at the zinc. You know what? Oh, I got a lot of those actually, Veldek. All right, games related to books. Okay, you know what? You want games related to books? You want games about books? Or do you want a game with a book? I'm gonna ask a further question. Sorry, what was that, Panda? That was considered. That's certainly considered. That's also considered. That was also those were the three I was thinking about. You know, as the games with a book. Okay, just a second. Oh, oh. Okay, this is one. This is a heavy game because of the book that it's in. So, please don't be scary. Being scary still? No, it's chilled the heck out. So the game we're going to talk about today is Tales of the Arabian Nights. It is quite heavy, and the reason is because in it is a book. So basically, you travel around, you get in adventures. It's really more about a storytelling game than a game. It's got a huge, gorgeous board, but what I wanted to show is the Book of Tales, which is, you know, that's a chunky book right there. It's ring bound, and it's just like you read stories to each other, and you're like, "Ooh, this is a thing and thing. Do you want to try to use fishing, or do you want to try using this?" And you're like, "Okay, yeah." Or do you have acting? It's like I got acting. It's like, haha. Disguised as an old wise woman, you converse with her to learn her thoughts. It's like, ooh. And so you just travel around the game and read stories to each other. It's kind of fun. Is it a great game? No, but it's really fun to tell stories to each other. So that is a game related to a book. It's not called 1001 Arabian Nights for nothing. That is true. And you can play as Shahrazad for what it's worth. How many pages is this book? Let's see. It is 300 pages. Yeah, it feels like a little bit like yeah, it's a little bit like that. So you get these cards that tells you what section to turn to, and then you've got a plus or minus dice. But then it's like, oh, you encounter like this sort of thing. How do you want to deal with it? And it's like, I wish to plead, I wish to pray, I wish to, you know, converse, I wish to fight, and you've encountered a mad witch. What do you do? And it's like, oh, that's kind of fun. And then it tells you what page to turn to, and you roll a little bit of a randomizer dice, and that's how it works. All right, let me put this down because, my God, it's heavy. Oh, jeez. Okay, I didn't just put my back out. I didn't. Alright, let's go back to Factorio. But yeah. Panda was shouting out 2 other games, which... Hang on a moment, let me just do something. I am not asking that one, but what I will do is I'll return your points on that one. Manage reward requests. We're not doing that one, Dave. I'm sorry. That one's... I'll ask you weird questions, but that one's just not comfortable. Ask my Panda a question. To reject. We'll refund your points on that one. I'm sorry, you would not get an answer out of that that helps at all. I will worry about your points. I mean, I know they're all fun points and they're made up and they don't do anything, but you know they're still yours. They're still, you earned them for being here, and I want to thank, you know. Some people like playing the cat sounds, and some people like to. I mean, hell, I don't even understand the question. Like, I said, I like math things, but I don't understand what the hell that question means. So yeah. Okay, let's start putting power lines down by reversing at like 300 kilometers an hour. This is actually kind of working. Oh, so wait, you asked a question, don't even understand what the... What if she had an answer? You wouldn't know what it meant. Okay, slow down, slow down. This is where we get accidents. Okay. It mostly went well. I see there's a little bit near the end that it didn't go particularly great, but that's okay. You know what? This train can live somewhere. This train can live up here. Because I think the train deserves to stay around. Dunk. Okay. Get rid of a couple of those weird little dangly bits. Remnants of an old, forgotten age. Where biters roamed the countryside. I mean, hell, I like the thing that gives the nice picture. That's my favorite math. It gives a nice picture. You know it's good. You know if something gives a nice picture, it's a good math. Is it a good math? Does it make a good picture? Yes, it is a good math. Keep it really simple around here. Okay, so we are good. Guys, we may have left our bots behind again. Oops. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So now we've got power all the way up there, which is pretty good. So what we can do is, I think we might actually end here because I think we've made some really good progress. Or maybe we should just make a couple of things. You know what? Let's do some crafting. That's probably a good way to spend the last few minutes. because there's some things that we can craft that we should probably look into. And also with the zinc station, we're going to have changed the Vingabus party station. When in doubt about Schrodinger, think the Helsing version. Like the anime Helsing? Question is, does it give a pretty picture? If not, not good math. Must have pretty picture or oh, actually, you know. Beep, 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 beep. Oof. That's not comfortable. Fractals are awesome. For instance, they give pretty picture. And pretty picture math is best math. I don't... Catboy Schrodinger is an opponent. Well, you've got me at Catboy. I don't want to be playing to a stereotype here, but Catboy sounds awesome. We've got a lot of alien artifacts on us right now. Oh, we can probably tone down the number of things we want. Chaos is a good fractal exploring software. I'm sure it is. I'm not doubting that, I just don't understand words. Okay, so I would like to make a new chemical plant. Thank you very much. And I would like to have maybe 50 of them. Okay, so for regular old chemical plants, I was going to say the construction bot was taking a while because he didn't know where to go. He didn't see it in the queue. He's seen it in the queue now. All of those things look like they are made. That's good. Then we... my chemical plants. We totally have queued up. There we do. And we those over to twos. Because that's what I want. I can't see them. We'll get rid of the old ones because they're not really much good anymore. What else can we make? Can we make those? No, we need aluminium. Okay, let's see what we can do with Invar actually, because we made it. Actually, are we making concrete? I remember we were talking about concrete, but did we ever make it? We did make concrete. Oh, us. Oh, cobalt. You know what? We need cobalt things. We never make cobalt stuff. Let's make cobalt stuff. Construction bot's taking a little bit of time, but that's fair enough, because I think we've still got like a lot of ghost things. Cobalt gears, yes, want those. Oh, actually no, let's not do gears there. Gears here. This can be bearings. And then when you finally get around to it, I gave up. Like that. Yeah. Okay, so cobalt coming through. Wonderful. We could upgrade the artillery wagons. I don't know if that would be useful, but we could. Yeah, a few construction things are going to happen right now, but that's okay. Can we do anything else with Invar? Or anything at all? Because we didn't actually look. Let's see what we could do. We could... Doing that already. Don't care. Don't really care? Does increase more fluid. Storage tanks. Boiler 3s. I need boiler 3s, but I also need brass. So that's not happening right now. Burner heat source. Sure, but I can't use that yet. Electrolyzer. Need aluminium. Could make new exoskeletons. Guess I wanted to run faster. Fluid burn. Yeah, fluid burners aren't going to help until we get aluminium. Aluminium's the problem, child. Makes 35 things, all of which are useful. Like, you don't believe me? Assembly machine 4, useful. Logic, okay, that's not useful. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just a lot of these things are just really good upgrades. Low densities, need them to win. Personally, you need those. We hang on. We've got those. We've got the centrifuges. We never started mining uranium, did we? Like, it's not hard to get to, it's just over there. We should mine uranium sometime. Just get it started, you know, so that way when we get the power, when we get the aluminium, we can just go BAM and have like 160 megawatts of power just coursing through our veins. Don't really need that much power right now, but that's okay. We haven't had major power spikes lately because we haven't had major building projects lately. Not having science happen is slowing us down, but maybe that's what we need to do. Yeah, maybe we should actually get science going because we can, or we could actually keep those going. We need to do those anyway. Maybe. It'll keep me going for how long? Well, I can't do this one until I have module casing, but that's okay. Maybe I should just get these done because I mean that's 2 more sciences. And that's just 2 more sciences for building one thing is actually pretty damn good. Sorry, 2 more sciences, I mean like 6 or 10? 10 sciences. That's an option. Productivity science, of course, we could work on that, but the thing is, while we could, not going to do anything. Oh, actually, beacon. We could build beacons. However, I forgot we still can't build modules. What is up with my arms right now? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my arms right now. The less questions I ask, the better. We do also need to do heavy water processing at some point in the near future. Not really a tough thing, but can't make deuterium until we've got fusion catalysts. And that's going to be probably how we run most of our power after that, because that's just huge power outputs. I mean, huge power outputs. Like, one of them will generate 90 megawatts, 2 of them will generate 360 megawatts. I mean, at that point, who gives a crap, right? Of course, we're a little bit away from that, so don't worry about it. Don't mind the man behind the curtain. Anyway, that's probably what we're going to do. Going to do a little bit of sciencey stuff. Going to start processing uranium, finish brass, and then we're going to push towards aluminium because we better bloody do it at some point. But look, we've made some progress. The snake's gone all the way up there. The base is taking up more space. This is a win. Thank you everyone for watching today. I really appreciate having you here. If you are new here and you're not currently following, please do consider giving a follow. I'd really appreciate it, and it would be the best way for you to come back and witness more of this perfection. Thank you very much for those subscribed, and thank you very much, Veldak, for your kind, generous gift of subs today. If you would like to sub yourself, you absolutely can. You are welcome to. You don't feel like you have to, of course, but if you want to, you can. You can also join me on Discord. That is the link is there, or if you're on YouTube, it's just down below. That is where you can find me outside my normal streaming times, which, by the way, are Monday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday stream though is Hollow Knight rather than Factorio. Speaking of YouTube, you can also go to youtube.com/SeiferKatt and see all of these videos. Oh yeah, if you want to go back and watch a C-block run from a year ago, you can do that. In fact, a lot of people are. It's quite popular on YouTube. I mean, at least as my videos go. Not that it's popular, but you know, thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. The YouTubes. Anyway, that is everything I've got to say today. Thank you very much for being here, and I will hopefully see you guys in a couple of days. What are you doing there, Veldak? What is this? Anyway, thank you everyone for being here, and I will catch you later.